So again, welcome everyone to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Solutions from the Front Lines and the Protection and Defense of Human Rights and Nature, an inclusive space across identities and the gender spectrum. My name is Osprey Orielle, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, WECAN, and I'm on Coast Miwok lands in the San Francisco Bay Area in California, and very honored to be here as a guest. As we open this gathering, please be welcome to introduce yourself in the chat with your name and where you're from. We've already seen that there's literally people from all over the world who are joining us, and we're really thankful to have you. Before we start, I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge this very challenging time for many people and welcome you all to a space for us to be together from all around the world. Please know that WECAN is here for you and that you are not alone, and we send you our love and well-being. I want to thank our powerful International Steering Committee and our incredible organizing team who have put countless hours and beautiful heart and spirit into producing this 6-day event. Catherine Quaid, Ashley Guardado, Livia Charles, Markia Thomas, and Carmen Capriles. Really a million thank yous to our team. And I'm very honored that today we have with us Casey Camp-Horinek of the Ponca Nation. She's an environmental ambassador and a board member of WECAN from Turtle Island or from the US. And she's truly one of the most important leaders of our time. I will say she is a mentor of mine and someone I dearly love. Casey will be speaking on 2 important panels over the next days to share her knowledge with us. But today, as we commence this global assembly, she has kindly offered to start off this global gathering with an opening prayer. Thank you, Casey, if you could be with us now. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, my little relative, my niece, Osprey. It's an honor to be among you today. I was looking at all the different ones coming in from the different portions of the Mother Earth, the one true mother that we all share. And I would remind us all that we could be anywhere doing anything, but we chose this moment to come together and to build our strengths as one, not only to feel like we're protecting our generations to come, but to acknowledge the dreams and the prayers of our ancestors that brought us here together at this time. So with your help and with your guidance, I'd like to offer a small word to Wakanda, the great mystery, on behalf of all of us and behalf of our mother, the earth. I'm going to ask you, wherever you are, to overlook me if I've made any mistakes in your ways, that I'm trying to fulfill the manner in which I've been taught. Please help me to talk to the spirit of the land that you're caretaking at this moment and who is caretaking you. Help me to tune in to the relatives of the spirit world where you are and to the essence of what gathers us together. At this moment, I have some sage and some cedar here, and that's the way that I've been taught. And wherever you are, I'm hoping that maybe you have a little glass of water or something nearby so that we can also honor this essence of life that we all share in this water and in this fire. Wakanda khube, manja khube, wibna ehe, judi, Ponca of the Great Spirit, Earth Mother. This is your daughter, Judy, Ponca Nation, Oklahoma. On this sacred day, the sun rose and gave us light. The moon has governed our rhythms and given us a way to go forward. We'd like to join ourselves together in one prayer for the future of all that is and the ways to set our feet in a good direction. With that, I look to the west, to the Thunder Nation. Thunder Nation within you, on the wings of this eagle, you carry the fire, the air, and the water in a sacred manner. You give us life through the sacred pipe and through the ways of our people. We ask Thunder Nation sacred west direction, that you bring the spirit of the relatives into this sacred virtual circle that we're forming at this time. Show us how you want us to be, what you want us to say, how you want us to think, and guide us into the oneness. That is the way that our people believe in. To the north, to the place where the cold winds blow, where the purifying winds come from, coming into this particular time of the year for us in Oklahoma. We're asking these purifying winds, these purifying thoughts to the north, to the white wolf of the north, to come south, to move over us in a good and gentle way, the way you always have, to help us to go inside ourselves. And as we live inside, to find the truest way forward, gather our thoughts, our spirits, our way forward into this time of the unknown, into this time where the Mother Earth is purifying, and show us the way forward. To the east, Father, Son, you rose this morning as the Moon Mother was going down in the west. And as you rose, the morning star was up and giving us her wisdom as you give us the wisdom to go on, morning star. We ask that our Father, Son, representing the sky, representing the Star Nation, representing the fire, representing the way of the Father, that you look on us this day and gather our thoughts, our minds, and our spirits into a oneness where we might be able to help our generations to come, just as you help us every day that you rise and give us another day. To the south, to the relatives down there where we live in this portion, we look to the south for the warm winds, for the growth that comes with the spring nation that comes up every spring for us when the rooted ones start to grow and start to show a different life. Right now, we're looking at you down into southern nations, that you might look back and to help us as these warm winds come up to our portion and send us the energy and the love that we send back to you. Help us to unite in a manner that's going to help the generations to come, that's going to honor the ancestors that connected us from the tip of the Arctic to the tip of Chile, where this Red Nation quadrant once joined back and forth in trade. We ask that our minds, spirits, and bodies and all of the thoughts that we have be one today. Above us, Wakanda, Mika, Hube, Star Nation, Moon Mother, Miyamba, Hube, that you look at us, Dai Tuwade, just pitiful humans, and yet we belong to you. So in that way, we're powerful as we join together in prayer, that you guide us through those with wings, that you show us the ways to fly in beauty in our spirit world, in the ways that join the minds and the spirits with all that is, in the beautiful way there, that you look down and see beauty when you see us. Guide us on this day. Below us, Earth Mother, you are everything. You are the one who caretakes us as we caretake our own little ones and the world around us. We ask that you continue to give strength and well-being to the four lakes, to the fens, to the water herself, to those that live under the earth, to the stone peoples, to all of those ones that we foolish humans don't listen to all the time. Open our ears, open our spirits, and open our way forward so that we may continue to honor you in the way that you honor us with unconditional love. For those who are sickly, for those who are tired, for those who are wishing for a better way, we ask a prayer for you on this day. For those spirits in transition, for those on the other side, please look this way and help us on this sacred red day, that we may join together. For any things that may have been forgotten, for anything that's coming down in this meeting, and give it strength, 1,000, 1,000,000 times over, give this strength into this prayer for all that is, so that life may continue during the purification. Again, forgiveness for anything that may have been overlooked. A special prayer for each and every participant today. For all that is, we're asking for help and health through these sacred ways for all of our relatives in every direction. Sha, Wiblaha.
Oh, thank you so much, Casey, for your beautiful prayer and starting us off with this 6-day assembly with your beautiful, beautiful prayer, which really moved me. And thank you so much for joining us. And we look forward to your words later on this week. Thank you. Deepest gratitude. So we are at a choice point for humanity. The most recent IPCC report confirms what we already knew to be true. With no significant action, the climate crisis will continue to escalate quickly. There is no question why our children are marching in the streets and screaming at the top of their inflamed lungs. Millions of them were out yesterday. Every day we can see for ourselves forest fires burning all over the world, massive flooding, extreme droughts, people losing their livelihoods and lives. We are in a climate emergency. And as the world prepares to one of the most important climate talks since the Paris Agreement, COP26, we know solutions exist that can mitigate the worst impacts of the climate crisis, and that women, feminists, and gender diverse organizers are leading the way. And that's why WECAN is hosting the assembly to uplift women and community-led solutions, strategies, policies, and frameworks. It is code red for humanity, and we are drawing a red line to say no more sacrifice people and no more sacrifice zones. This is the time to unite together to build a healthy and just future we know is possible for each other and the earth. On every continent, women land defenders are rising, in some cases, literally putting their bodies on the line to hold Mother Earth and to protect Mother Earth, our communities, and all that we hold dear. Today, I want to honor women and Two-Spirit land defenders and bring light to the struggles and solutions of so many courageous leaders. There's a historical connection to the violence against women and violence against Mother Earth, and we can't afford to ignore this connection, and it must be healed. I ask you to join me in celebrating and standing in solidarity with our movements around the world, rising as caretakers and as protectors and defenders of our precious planet and communities. Nature has made it crystal clear that we can't buy or negotiate our way out of the multiple crises we face. So it's critical to radically imagine a new world that we know is possible. I say this because as stability in the current systems falter, this is actually a time where new ways of thinking, visioning, and being can have a considerable impact. Even ideas and policies that seemed too radical before can actually take hold. In this moment, there can be a crack in the power structures that exist. And as the poet and musician Leonard Cohen said, there's a crack in everything, and that's how the light gets in. And importantly, the pressure and insight of global people's movements are central to pushing forward transformative and bold leadership right now, because we do not yet have the politics in place to tackle our multiple interlocking crises, and we need this new politics. So we need to draw upon the knowledge and leadership of Indigenous and frontline women and feminists who are already deeply engaged in solutions. The Assembly is calling for urgent action within a climate justice framework. And this week during the UN General Assembly, which is the last time governments are meeting before COP26, along with 120 organizations representing millions of people around the world, we delivered a powerful call to action to governments and financial institutions globally. This call to action will also be announced at COP26 in Glasgow, and there's still time to sign the document and take action with us. In the call to action, we are speaking out in recognition of the sacred interdependence of all life on Earth, and with the knowledge that business as usual economic models predicated on fossil fuel extraction and deforestation have ushered in an era of planetary destruction. We are calling on governments, banks, asset management firms at COP26 and beyond to steadfastly commit to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees through policies that prioritize social, racial, and economic justice for all. As the COVID-19 pandemic has tragically demonstrated, our current global system entrenches many structural inequities. And I want to take a note right now that many civil society organizations have actually called for the postponement of COP26, not because we want there to be inaction or lack of urgency by governments. They in fact need to act right now, but rather because the UK COP presidency has had more than a year to organize for COP26. And while noting the many challenges of doing so within the pandemic, the COP presidency has not met the need. We are particularly concerned about the representation of Global South voices and Indigenous peoples because the actions of the COP presidency have been deeply inadequate to assure equitable, safe, and effective participation. And the exclusion of communities most impacted by the climate crisis will not lead to solutions that center climate justice. That is also why the WECAN Assembly is critical at this time, because we will push forward the vital work of over 100 climate leaders, as well as our call to action that applies to COP26, but also for the next critical years to come beyond this COP. Our call to action for gender justice, racial justice, upholding Indigenous rights and rights of nature, calling for a just transition, and immediately keeping fossil fuels in the ground is an ongoing agenda for people and planet. It is an urgent call for our very survival. False solutions, white supremacy, colonization, and patriarchy have no place in any climate action plan. Rather, it's imperative that governments and financial institutions adopt just transition and feminist policies and frameworks. We call on governments to respect the right to freedom of expression and peaceful protest, and to immediately halt the criminalization of land defenders whose efforts are central to a climate just world. So this is really important in our call to action. We need people to be able to stand up and speak out, and we have to stop the criminalization of what's happening to land defenders all over the world. Our call to action is addressed to both governments and the financial sectors, as these entities work in tandem in each enables the actions and policies of the other. And it's really time to call this out, this revolving door between the corporations, the governments, and the financial sector. We are rising, we are not waiting. We can act now, and we must act now. So thank you all for your work in the world and for joining us today, because I know there's a lot of leaders that are on the call with us, and we want to acknowledge all of you and the activity everyone is doing. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start our first panel. And I want to welcome really this outstanding group of leaders who are presenting on this first panel. Thank you all for your important work and leadership and taking time with us today. We're kicking off the assembly with no greenwashing, rejecting false solutions to the climate crisis, because it's really vital that we're clear about corporate and government climate plans that are false schemes that distract from the real solutions that center justice and equity. We need to understand the misdirection being advanced by neoliberal capitalism and colonization that really serve the needs of the biggest polluters instead of helping people and planet. So it's important to have a critical lens to examine a complex technocratic field of climate change policy and strategies from the local to the global arenas. So by understanding the landscape of false solutions, we can work to dismantle the barriers to building the just transition and the livable future that we all know we really need to have happen. So I'm really honored to introduce the panelists in the order that they will be speaking. First, we're going to be hearing from Candy White. She is Mandan Hidatsa and Arikara. She's the Native Energy and Climate Campaign Director for Indigenous Environmental Network from Turtle Island or the US. Then we'll be hearing from Sylvia Ribeiro. She is from she's the Latin American Director of ETC Group in Mexico. We're sorry to say that Azal Nazar Blind, she's a Sami leader. She's from the Sami Council Vice President in Sweden. She had an emergency family matter and just let us know moments ago she couldn't join us, but I'm going to drop into the chat an article about her important work, which really was critical to standing up to geoengineering that was planned for her community on Sami territory. So we'll share her story vis-a-vis some articles in the chat, and she sends her best to all of us. Then we'll be hearing from Rita Uwaka. She is a Forest and Biodiversity Program Coordinator from Friends of the Earth Africa in Nigeria. And then we will be hearing from Sydney Weisner. She is the Executive Director of Grassroots Global Justice Alliance from the US. And we're really honored to have all of you with us. We will be dropping links to how to learn more about each of these amazing leaders and their organizations in the chat while they're speaking. And with that, I want to hand the floor over to my dear friend and colleague, Candy White. Thank you, Candy.
Thank you, Osprey. Hello, everybody. Very happy to be here, calling you from the capital of North Dakota. So I'm literally here in Bismarck, calling from my phone. And I just want to introduce myself in the proper way. So I'll say Dosha, Maruguets, Marushi Ma'a Ishuia Hets. So hello, relatives. My name is Eagle Woman. My English name is Candy White, and I work with the Indigenous Environmental Network. North Dakota here is my home, and we have been dealing with a lot of fossil fuel issues in the Bakken where they're fracking for oil. And now the biggest idea here, the brainchild here in North Dakota, is that we're going to have a carbon capture and sequestration facility. And it seems that everything we're trying to do falls on deaf ears. You know, if we don't put the carbon into the atmosphere in the first place, then we don't have to come up with these schemes to then try to sequester it in unproven and unknown technologies. They say we're going to store the carbon in abandoned oil well sites, for example. And we have all of these issues around governments now, politicians saying, this is what we need to do. We're going to use nuclear energy. You know, we have politicians saying that's the way forward. And I have friends that are dealing with the uranium mining and the over 160,000 abandoned wells there. And in our communities, we've been doing things like growing community gardens so that we can feed ourselves with our own food. We've been having traditional basket making workshops where we can have our own vessels that we used to use and not have to rely on all of these plastics. It comes down to, how is it that corporations are continued to be allowed to do the things that we know are killing us and the planet? Bottom line comes down to money always. It's never about the people and what we need. What we need, we know exactly what we need in our communities, and there is no one size fits all band-aid that's going to fix this. So just transition literally is in your community. What is it that makes the most sense for your folks surrounding you, and not what some government entity that could be miles away tells you is best for you? And so that is why we continue to stand up. We continue to say, listen, where I am right now, standing here in North Dakota, for example, I can speak for where I'm from. We have so much wind here that we could have distributed systems, small scale distributed systems when it comes to that. But it's not just about the renewable energy sector. It's about looking at the usage of energy and the waste, the overconsumption and the constant battering into our minds of, this is what you need to be happy as a human. This is what you need. And for thousands of years, we had villages, we had family units, and we were very happy, much happier than today. I don't know if you are all aware, but in our communities, we deal now with high rates of suicide. Those suicide rates are directly tied to what's happening with the climate crisis. Our children are losing hope in the future. And we have to recognize that these aren't disconnected things that happen. This is a result of years of colonization and propaganda and pushing us to believe that there has to be a better way of life and it has to be told to us. So taking back our culture and taking back our power as women, as communities of color, and not being told anymore, this is what's good for you. Because here we stand right now, I'm at a buddy walk for children with Down syndrome. And the numbers are astronomical here in North Dakota. People being born with all of these different things, I would say, all of these, I don't want to say problems, but besides Down syndrome, we have cancers. I'm a cancer survivor. Nobody connects that to the government or to the environment, but yet it's in the water that we're drinking. And so the next brainchild for that is just, we're going to start desalinating ocean water. Like, how much farther are we going to go before we take back our power as individual people and say enough is enough? Listen to me. Our communities want community gardens. Our communities want small-scale distributed power, and our communities want that sense of village again and of caring for each other again, so that we're not being told what we need to be happy. We're actually living what we need to be happy, and it is happening. The grassroots, we have the solutions. Allow us to present them to you and to live them so that you can understand how to live them too. Allow us that, and stop telling us what we need. False solutions, false technologies, keep the fossil fuels in the ground in the first place, and then we don't have to come up with schemes to fix our atmosphere.
Thank you, Candy. Thank you for your powerful words and for years and years of effort that you have done in your community and across the world. Candy has been such an extraordinary leader, fighting in her community, but also, like I said, across Turtle Island and globally. And we just support you and love you so much. Thank you for taking time with us. And I'm sure there'll be some questions for you in a bit. And let's go ahead and hear from Sylvia. Sylvia, you have the floor.
Hi, everybody. I will speak in Spanish, but I just wanted to say in English that I am so honored to be here with all of you. And thank you for this initiative.
And just Sylvia, just for 1 second, for those of you who joined late, you have to go to your globe at the bottom of the screen and choose interpretation and click on your preferred language. Please go ahead, Sylvia. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's important because I will be speaking in Spanish. Okay. So, bueno, yo para el tema de hoy quisiera hablarles de algo que nosotros llamamos algo así como un triángulo sumamente peligroso, que es la combinación de lo que se les llaman los compromisos de las empresas para tener cero emisiones netas. No cero emisiones, sino cero emisiones netas. Esa es una de las puntas del triángulo. Otra es a lo que le llaman soluciones basadas en la naturaleza. Y una tercera, que es la geoingeniería. Entonces, nosotros estamos ante una crisis climática completamente real que está afectando sobre todo a las comunidades, a la gente que está más expuesta, que tiene más vulnerabilidad en todo el mundo. Hay cientos de miles de refugiados climáticos y o sea, la crisis es real, no cabe duda. Perdón, no sé si se está escuchando la traducción, porque veo en el chat que dicen que no se escucha. Ok, gracias. Bueno, entonces la crisis es real. Ahora, es sumamente peligroso que nosotros vamos a ver, y estamos viendo, lo empezamos a ver desde hace más o menos un año, que más de 1.500 empresas, las empresas más contaminantes del mundo, las empresas petroleras, las empresas de agronegocios, las empresas de automóviles, las empresas ahora también las tecnológicas que tienen una huella climática enorme, algo que mucha gente no sabe por la enorme demanda de energía, y todas estas están diciendo que van a enfrentar la crisis climática con algo que llaman emisiones cero netas. Ahora, ellos no dicen emisiones cero, y las emisiones cero netas no son cero, sino que son una trampa de lenguaje, es un tema de contabilidad, como han hecho durante mucho tiempo, decir que van a cortar sus emisiones, no las van a cortar, sino que las van a compensar. Compensar puede ser en un mercado de carbono, en un mercado de compensaciones, como por ejemplo compensaciones de biodiversidad, o a través de lo que ellos llaman nuevas tecnologías, que es sobre todo geoingeniería. El problema es que cuando nosotros tenemos 1.500 de las empresas más grandes diciendo que van a hacer esto, están hablando de que ellas van a, por ejemplo, demandar el uso de los bosques, el uso de la tierra agrícola, el uso del agua, el uso de los mares para absorber carbono. Y solo para darles un ejemplo, por ejemplo, entre la petrolera Eni y el International Airlines Group, solo entre ellos dos, requieren usar el 12% de todo lo que habría disponible de bosques para absorber carbono. O, por ejemplo, entre Shell y Nestlé, quieren más, que cerca de 20 millones de hectáreas para plantar árboles, que no son lo mismo que bosques, y de esa manera se supone que compensar sus emisiones. Entonces, la primer trampa, lo que quiero poner sobre la mesa, es este concepto de emisiones cero netas está equivocado, es una trampa y les permite, a la vez que dicen que van a enfrentar la crisis climática con esta metodología, aumentar sus emisiones. Por ejemplo, la industria petrolera está planeando que de aquí al 2030 va a aumentar casi el 80% sus explotaciones, sobre todo en Norteamérica, en la situación que estamos de crisis. Y lo dicen tan tranquilos porque dicen que lo van a compensar con este tipo de falsas soluciones. Por otro lado, este tipo de discursos se basa en otro concepto sumamente perverso, que es el concepto que suena bien para mucha gente, que es el concepto de soluciones basadas en la naturaleza. Este concepto de soluciones basadas en la naturaleza abarca cualquier cosa en la naturaleza, si es un bosque, si es una plantación, si es modificar, por ejemplo, la composición química de los mares o de las aguas, todo eso les llaman soluciones basadas en la naturaleza. Como ya expliqué antes, este tipo de soluciones basadas en la naturaleza quiere decir que, por ejemplo, empresas como Total o como Shell o como de petroleras o Nestlé o Cargill o otras pueden decir que van a plantar árboles o que ellos van a hacerse cargo y cuidar zonas que actualmente son zonas naturales de biodiversidad, pero que en general además están habitadas y son zonas indígenas o zonas de campesinos y campesinas. Entonces, esto lo que proponen con las soluciones basadas en la naturaleza es una reapropiación de programas que ya habían usado antes, como por ejemplo el programa que le llaman RED, que en realidad fue una manera de comercializar y desviar la atención, de realmente la atención a los bosques, ¿no? Entonces, cuidado, nosotras, como comunidades, etcétera, tenemos un gran potencial para cuidar y restaurar los ecosistemas y los territorios, porque es lo que han hecho siempre las comunidades. Lo que está pasando ahora es que las empresas a través de decir de que van a enfrentar el cambio climático, con esto quieren transformar los territorios en zonas de absorción de dióxido de carbono que ellos controlan. Entonces, por un lado, va a haber una renovada disputa por tierra, por agua, por zonas naturales, por humedales, por bosques, tanto, digamos, para conservarlos en ese sentido que ellos dicen que es desplazando a las comunidades, como para plantaciones o modificaciones climáticas como geoingeniería. Justamente porque de todos los compromisos que han hecho estos miles de empresas, 1.500 empresas, más de 1.500, no alcanza la tierra, no hay suficiente tierra, ni bosques, ni agua. Y por lo tanto lo que están creando es una nueva burbuja financiera en los mercados de carbono, pero también un gran engaño de decir que lo van a hacer y en realidad lo que van a promover va a ser una nueva ola de acaparamiento de tierras, de violación de derechos de las comunidades, de apropiación de las comunidades. Entonces realmente es muy serio. Pero como estas propias empresas saben que todo eso no va a funcionar porque no existe suficiente territorio, por eso inventan medidas tecnológicas, que es sobre todo las de geoingeniería. Por ejemplo, la que nombró Candy, de captura y almacenamiento de carbono. Esto es un invento de las industrias petroleras para decir que van a secuestrar carbono, pero en realidad todas las instalaciones de captura, almacenamiento de carbono y almacenamiento de carbono en realidad son para producir, para sacar reservas profundas de petróleo y producir más petróleo. Entonces, lo que pretenden las empresas es que con las tecnologías, que son, además tienen riesgos propios, porque este tipo de tecnología que nombró Candy no es solo secuestrar carbono, eso es hacer una nueva instalación y con eso van a, además, tener una cantidad de nuevos impactos. Son las mismas industrias sucias que van a hacer nuevas instalaciones, ¿no? Entonces, eso además va a tener una serie de impactos. La diferencia es que ellos antes, esto ya lo tenían, esta tecnología, pero ahora quieren usar el dinero público que se les está otorgando con enormes subsidios para además financiar esto y a sacar aún más petróleo. Entonces, ¿qué está sucediendo? Que este triángulo de decir emisiones cero netas, soluciones basadas en la naturaleza y medios tecnológicos de geoingeniería es un triángulo realmente peligroso, yo diría mortal, porque además desvía la atención haciendo creer de que están realmente haciendo algo por el cambio climático y nos están haciendo perder el tiempo que tenemos para los cambios verdaderos. Entonces, bueno, hay muchos materiales de información que ustedes pueden, por ejemplo, buscar sobre estos temas en el sitio del grupo ETC, también en el sitio geoengineeringmonitor.org, o sea, en el sitio monitor de geoingeniería, en donde explicamos con detalle cómo funcionan estos mecanismos. Quiero nombrar especialmente porque nuestra compañera Åsa Larsson Blind del pueblo Sami no se pudo sumar, que los proyectos de geoingeniería que se están proyectando en el mundo se dividen en dos. Uno tiene que ver con la absorción de carbono del aire y no van a funcionar, son extraordinariamente caros, no están probados, prácticamente no existen, pero además de eso requieren una enorme cantidad de energía. Entonces, los geoingenieros, los que proponen la geoingeniería, ya lo saben y por eso quieren hacer experimentos para tapar el sol y evitar que algunos rayos solares lleguen a la Tierra para que lleguen menos cantidad de sol a la Tierra. Eso tendrá enormes impactos en nuevos desequilibrios del clima, en para la producción de cultivos, para la energía solar, pero sobre todo, todos los experimentos planteados, como el experimento Excopex de la Universidad de Harvard, que es de lo que nos iba a hablar Åsa Larsson, lo quieren hacer sobre territorios indígenas. Todos los experimentos de geoingeniería solar son experimentos que quieren hacer de geoingeniería en territorios indígenas, en Estados Unidos, y ahora quieren hacerlos también en zonas indígenas de Australia, en zonas indígenas de Escandinavia, y es por eso que el Consejo Sami, el Sami Council, hizo una carta de protesta que fue apoyada por muchas organizaciones a la Universidad de Harvard, pidiendo que cancelaran este tipo de experimentos, y ellos lograron cancelarlo en Suecia sobre el territorio Sami. Entonces, bueno, perdón que tomé estos minutos para hablar del caso este, que es lo que nos iba a contar nuestra compañera, y les recomiendo que vayan a ver estos recursos, porque realmente tenemos que organizarnos para resistir estos ataques nuevos a los territorios, a las comunidades y a la naturaleza y los ecosistemas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, for your incredible dedication, the work that you have been doing in this field. It's very, very, very critical. And I really appreciate your analysis. We have dropped links into the chat about the different work that you're doing. We've also put into the chat a report called Hoodwinked in the Hothouse, which had a 3rd edition just come out, going into great detail on these topics. We also put in a report in the chat about the problem with net zero, as Sylvia very importantly pointed out. And also we have put into the chat a link about the struggle of the Sami people in Sweden and how they overcame and protected their territories, which is this incredible victory to stop these false solutions. So thank you for sharing that, since Asa wasn't able to join with us from Sweden. And now I'm very honored to bring a wonderful colleague of mine, Rita Uwaka. Please join us, Rita. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Osprey and everyone. Good to be here. There are so many false solutions that is being projected as the real solutions. But, you know, in as much as we know that there are a lot of reasons behind corporations and governments of different nations and states promoting these false solutions out of selfish interest, out of a way to promote corporate land grabs and violations in different territories around the world, especially in Africa, where I'm from, Nigeria to be precise. The government is giving more oil blocks to different corporations in the midst of flourishing violations on the ground as a result of oil exploration activities, especially in the Niger Delta, where there are permanent daylight in many territories and communities in that landscape as a result of gas flaring. And this gas flaring is emitting a lot of carcinogenic substances affecting communities. Men and women, children are suffering a lot of health hazard as a result of this. And this is a solution that the government is projecting. We're seeing forest mangroves being destroyed as a result of oil spill. We have oil pipelines crisscrossing different communities, and this is causing a lot of violations. It's causing a lot of degradation. Our forests are being cut down as a result of the influx of transnational corporations. The government sees it as a development opportunity when large scale agro-commodities companies come into the country, cutting down trees and replacing it with a particular tree over a large expanse of land. And they say it's a solution to the climate crisis. That is not. These agro-commodities companies, you know, have caused a lot of biodiversity loss. We are seeing militarization of community territories. We are seeing violations on the ground. We are seeing takeover of people's communal lands, ancestral lands. We are seeing the abuse of spirituality of communities. Indigenous peoples and local communities are suffering. We're seeing pollution of underground and surface water. Streams are being polluted as a result of of chemicals, agrochemicals used by these agro-commodities company, because they say it's a solution to the food crisis, it's a solution to the climate crisis. So these are what people are experiencing every living day that breaks in different landscapes across Africa, especially in Nigeria. We're seeing forest fire. We're seeing all forms of human rights abuses. We want to dismantle this corporate capture of our land and our resources because, you know, taking over our forests or destroying our local food system is not the solution to the climate crisis. And we know that these 4 solutions are driven by corporate multinationals. We know that these 4 solutions does not benefit indigenous peoples or local communities. It only benefits the privates, the corporates. It benefits a few elites in the society. These 4 solutions are alien to the communities because they are the bearers of the solutions. They are the custodians of the resolutions. And that's why, you know, deceptive schemes like Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil that gives certification to agro-commodities to license forest destruction in different parts of the world, especially in Africa and in Asia, is something that we stand against. Certification, all forms of certification that gives license to agro-commodities companies to continue, you know, violations on the ground, taking over of communal lands, pollution, militarization of territories, violence against women and community people in forested landscapes and those that are playing host to these companies. All these need to stop. Biodiversity loss is at an increase as a result of these 4 solutions. They have never added value to the system. They have never added value to the communities that play host to these resources, that are custodians of these resources. What do we really want? We want a people-powered solution that is built on people's sovereignty and participation. And that's why we say community forest management mentor, putting the management of our forests in the hands of the people is a sure way of protecting our forest, is a sure way of combating climate crisis, is a sure way of promoting real solutions that we desire. And we want a solution that is founded on socio-economic, gender, and environmental justice. And that is what we say every living day that breaks, that you cannot be promoting 4 solutions in the name of promoting development. You're promoting 4 solutions, you're promoting human rights abuses, indigenous rights are being violated against. And we want a solution that is free from all forms of systemic oppression, domination, exploitation, and that is not linked to capitalism, neoliberalism, you know, all the ism and all of that, colonialism, sexism. We don't want that kind of system that is patriarchal in nature. We need to divest investment, for example, in oil and gas exploration, because that is what is fueling a lot of climate crisis. We're having constant gas flaring in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. We're having oil spill polluting landscapes, farmlands, you know, and fish ponds or fisher folks or women and men in the communities that depend on those resources for livelihoods. You know, we need to divest investment in oil and gas. We need to promote community-led solutions like agroecology that put food production in the hands of smallholders, that put food production in the hands of community people, in the hands of women. We need a just energy transition from fossil fuel to renewables that is accessible, that is affordable, that is democratic. And we know that if it's not feminist, then it's not just. If you're talking about transiting, you know, from these dangerous energy system that, you know, is more of is a forced solution that is being promoted in different spaces, we need to make it feminist. If you don't consider gender justice, then it is not just. We talk about environmental justice. If without environmental justice, we cannot attain gender justice. So it's interconnected. If we are talking about environmental justice, we have to talk about gender justice. And if we're talking about gender justice, we have to talk about women. So all of these are connected in one way or the other. We need to promote, sustainable solutions like agroecology, community forest management, gender justice. We need to dismantle corporate capture of our land and our resources. And these narratives need to be propagated by you and I and all stakeholders that share the same vision with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rita, for that really in-depth analysis and also sharing what's happening in your region so people can understand what's happening in communities on the ground, and also for how we can move forward, and also presenting how important an intersectional analysis is, that these issues are connected. So thank you very much, and we'll come back to you in the Q&A section, but really honored to work with you always. Please, we'll now hear from Sydney Weisner. Thank you, Cindy.
Hey, everybody. First of all, I want to say thank you to WECAN for organizing this incredible Global Women's Assembly and really showcasing a lot of, I think the analysis that people have been working on for decades and movements have been working on for decades, but also being able to provide the way forward. So I want to appreciate also my fellow panelists, friends, old friends, compañeras, compañerex that are here with us, and all of you that are joining us and that are part of this conversation and this important dialogue about which way forward. So I work with Grassroots Global Justice Alliance here based in Turtle Island in the United States. And we are a movement building alliance of grassroots organizations that come out of the environmental justice movement, the racial and gender justice movement, the economic justice movement. And we do work at the intersection of global well-being, demilitarization, and also trying to really promote a feminist, anti-racist, regenerative economy. We believe in movement building, not only in the United States on Turtle Island, but also globally. And so we dedicate ourselves to really building with social movements here in the United States, but also around the world. And I want to start with actually talking about how is it that we are trying to combat these intersecting and interlocking crises that we face, right? Of heteropatriarchy, capitalism, imperialism, white supremacy. And part of that is that we see, right, this week, shocking, but not shocking to many of us who've been doing migrant rights work, the violence at the border, right? We've seen what is happening in the Line 3 struggle and the arrest and the harassment and the threats that people who are defending their land are facing. We're seeing the chaos and the catastrophe of what's happened, of a failed war and occupation in Afghanistan, and the perils that Afghan women, the left, human rights defenders are facing. We see, sort of the hurricanes, the floods, the wildfires. And we also see that, sort of the continued threat of right-wing authoritarian, right? Not only sort of right-wing authoritarian leaders, but also the rise of mass popular right-wing movements and organized movements. And part of why I'm starting there is because there is this moment that there's these battles, right, happening, ideological battles, worldview battles, that I think that we have to contextualize this question of false solutions within that paradigm, right? Because a lot of these right-wing folks are anti-women, anti-gay, anti-Black, anti-Indigenous, anti-science, pro-extraction, they're pro-pillaging, they're pro-violence, right? And I can go on. And part of this is it's important for us to actually think about what is it that the ideas, but also the reality, the day-to-day in terms of like what Candy is saying, like the impact on missing and murdered women and the man camps, right? That has implications on a world view, right? On a world view that then is in contention. And I think part of that is an ideological sort of framework, but it's also an assessment, a diagnosis, and a strategy and tactics. And I think that it's important, for us to be able to then think about why it is that these paradigms are key to our understanding this notion of false solutions versus real solutions, and solutions that you've heard from Candy and Sylvia and Rita, right, talk about. So about 30 years ago, or so 30-something years ago, the then Prime Minister of England, Margaret Thatcher, declares TINA, right? There is no alternative, and referring to the fall of the Berlin Wall and touting the victory of capitalism, right? Then our president in the United States, Ronald Reagan, agrees to kind of throw dirt on the grave of the alternative to capitalism. This era sort of just ushers in and pushes forward what I would say is the most reactionary economic and social policies of the time. And it's almost the bedrock, I think, of what we are seeing now. Cutting the social safety net, social security, mental health, medical insurance, education, etc., right? Assaulting unionization efforts, funding and creating the contras, right? Counter-revolutionary forces from Nicaragua to Afghanistan, right? When we talk about the Taliban, is the creation of the United States in funding counter forces, right? To fight the sort of alternative, fight the Soviet Union. And basically making way for the dominance of a trickle-down economic model, which basically says that the rich and powerful will take care of the problems, and that money, right, as Candy said and other folks have said, that money, is there a problem with sound? Sorry, I'm seeing notes. Is there interpretations okay?
Everything is fine. It's one particular person. Please proceed.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm just paying attention to interpretation.
Thank you.
So yes, all right, everyone, awesome. So going back to the story, right, that all of a sudden there's this paradigm in this model that money will eventually come down to the masses, but it's really like pull yourself by the bootstraps, this rugged individualism, this thing that small government is what's gonna, sort of be king, and that ultimately that the government has little role in your life. But what we know is the hypocrisy and the total lie around that, right? Because we know that the government, and under this right-wing government, they want to regulate women's bodies, right? They will blur the line between church and state. They will enforce culture wars. We will continue, we will see the control and policing of Black bodies, Indigenous peoples and territory. And we see the treatment of nature as a commodity, right? To be bought and sold to the highest bidder. And then we will see wars, right? Wars around the world in the name of control of peoples and territories, but to be able to benefit and control water, oil, and natural resources, and then I think that there's a scapegoating that happens that makes the peoples, right, like Muslim and Arab people, boogeymen, right, and an ability to be disposable, to be destroyed, and in that. So there is, there's this moment where we then begin to also see much more clearly, like Sylvia said, the walking hand in hand with corporations, right? Because ultimately buying and consuming our way out of the problems is what's going to fix things according to this model, right? Which what I would say it's neoliberalism on steroids, right? Privatization, deregulation, trade agreements that have total disregard for workers' rights, environmental protections, sovereignty of peoples and nations. And in a lot of ways, what we've seen is the complete stranglehold of peoples and nature, and really paving the way for basically a free market. And I start with this notion, right, because I think it's really important for us to contextualize where do these false solutions come from and why they have so much currency, because ultimately they lead us to believe that there is no alternative to an extractive economy, right? And so part of that extraction and extractive economy is rooted, right, in resource intensive industrial production, like Rita said. It completely, basically is outstripping our regenerative capacity of our ecosystems. And you can't take more than what you put in, right? And the key lesson for us is that then this model sees forests as lumber, sees people as labor, and all of it waiting to be exploited, right? And so for us, it's very important to know that it is speculation and greed and profit and really death is at the center of this model. And on this panel today, and you'll continue to hear in this global assembly, women's assembly, that basically governments and governments and corporations are the ones who are promoting what we call false solutions, right? And things like carbon offsets, cap and trade, bioengineering, carbon capture and storage, biomass, direct capture, nuclear, fracking, red, net zero, carbon colonialism, and the list goes on, right? And so part of what we know is that there are things that we see very little accountability, no bite to the bark, like the Paris Agreement. It was important for there to be a global agreement, but we knew it was significant, but it didn't go far enough. And it had the same corporations that we're talking about that are killing people, that are killing the planet at the table, and not civil society. So whether it's climate deniers, climate scavengers, climate neoliberals, or even climate do-gooders, the compliance is vague and the language is often voluntary. And sometimes there's rules, but they're always broken or overlooked. And part of the problem is that there's oftentimes an incremental approach that often puts forward false solutions, that often puts these corporate, heteropatriarchal, racial capitalist approaches, what I would say are false approaches, as the way to be able to solve the problem. And they're always looking for a silver bullet, and they're dangerous distractions, and they're the wrong trajectory. And oftentimes they're small Band-Aid solutions to a bigger and long-term problem. And so we all know, and movements have been saying, that people who got us into this mess are not the ones should be taking us out of it, right? And I agree with Rita that we need a feminist, anti-racist, regenerative economies, right? That return us to be in right relationship with place and each other, that return us to the right management of home, that in right relationship with each other, right relationship with nature, where we decommodify not only our nature, but our bodies, that we think about reparations, right? The deep repair that has to happen because of war, because of extraction and devastation, that is rooted in deep democracy and accountability to each other as, Earth's living systems, but as well. And so movements have been organizing, demanding, defending, putting their lives on the line, dying, like our sister that I always remember, and that all of us really venerate, as our sister Berta Cáceres, right? Land defender, Lenca leader, feminist, social movement leader, internationalist from Honduras, that basically talked about systems change, right? And why, the movements in the streets outside of the COPs, the UNFCCC gatherings, every year we say systems change, not climate change. because we have to go to the root causes and we have to go to root cause solutions. And so I believe, like many other millions of other people believe, that there is an alternative to this current heteropatriarchal racist capitalist system, and that social movements have been at the forefront of putting forward those alternatives, like the feminist economy, agroecology, buen vivir, defense of the commons. And it is an ideological worldview where we center life, we center dignity, we center solidarity, and we center love. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Sydney. That was incredible to hear your full analysis, and also to tie together many different components of our movements and really what we're fighting against, but also what we're fighting for. And those are really extraordinary, brilliant comments from all of you. And, you know, we wanted to start this global gathering that will be going on for 6 days, really laying out exactly what all of you talked about, because as each of you said, and right now I'm hoping people are going to put questions in the chat. I'm giving you some time to do that while I speak with the panelists, but please put your questions in the chat for the panelists. I really wanted to highlight that one of the things that we're seeing as the global community, whether it's at the local, national, or international level, becomes more and more concerned about the climate crisis and inequities, that unless they're not just sort of listening to the media at large or the sound bites going out there, it's very easy, as some of you mentioned, to think that nature-based solutions, as an example, is going to handle the mess we're in. Or isn't it great that we have the Paris Climate Agreement and governments have signed it, and the governments have figured this out? We need to understand a much more in-depth analysis, and that this is not a sound bite moment. This is going to take nuance. This is going to take work. It's going to take listening to the frontline communities who are on the front end of this crisis, who've been working on these solutions for decades. So I really want us to be very clear how important this opening dialogue is, because it is setting really the groundwork for us to look at how we're going to roll up our sleeves and really find ourselves in the new economy, in a new political atmosphere, in the world that we're building. I know, as an example, just to use a metaphor, when you are rafting in whitewater rapids, they always tell you, look to where you want to go. There's turbulence everywhere and rocks that you could crash into that will kill you. Keep your eyes set on your through line about where you want to go. So this is what this panel is about, is where do we want to go, and not getting lost in these false distractions that further capitalism, patriarchy, colonization, and racism that got us into the crisis. These root causes are what got us here, and we can't be using those same ideologies and economies to move us to the healthy and just world we seek. So I'm looking into the chat for some questions. Let's see, I'm looking to see if Catherine can give me a hand here. So what I'd like to do while we're looking for questions is circle back around to Candy, and just let Candy comment on some of the things that she heard from the other panelists, and we'll just go through each of you, Candy, Sylvia, Rita, and then back to Cindy. And then I'll look for questions while you're commenting, but let's go back to Candy for a next round. We have about 15 minutes left in this panel, so let's kind of keep our comments short, but let's bring you, Candy, back into the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Osprey, and thank you, ladies. It's been so amazing listening to your very articulate comments and, just putting all of this into words. And when I think about all of these things that we're talking about, I think about it as, really it's a commodification of the sacred. It's us as humanity losing respect for ourselves. Because if we can't respect the land that cares for us, we don't respect ourselves at all. No matter how much money an individual might have. We have lost ourselves. We have to reconnect with the sacred that we all have. Whatever your race, whatever your religion, whatever your gender, it's a matter of all of us having this connection of blood memory to our ancestry and how we used to respect ourselves and the land that we live upon. When we talk about these natural resources, there's only 3 that we really, really, really need to focus upon. Air, clean air to breathe. Water, clean water to drink. And soil, clean soil to grow our foods. Those are the 3 that we should be caring for and focusing on by not destroying, by keeping fossil fuels in the ground, and by understanding that we're broken. We are broken as humanity. And there are those of us that suffer more as a result of the greed of others. But we're all in it together. And we can't just say money is going to pull us out either. People like Bezos giving all his billions of dollars away while he flies to another planet in a rocket ship. It's a disconnect of common sense that we're struggling with our own respect. And so I just want to encourage everybody, and whenever you can, to literally be outside and reconnect with the soil and the earth as yourself, to stay that course that Osprey was talking about. Stay true to yourself in that line, because if we do that collectively, even if it's just us at home by ourselves, we're going to win. Individually, we do that, and collectively, we're going to win. And we're going to remember who we are, and we're going to take that path towards good and stay off the path of destruction and death. Matsigerad, thank you.
Thank you so much, Candy, for those good words. And I'm going to hand the floor to Sylvia, and then Rita, and then Cindy. We don't have a lot of time, so just remembering, we want to make sure we hear from all of you. And I'm going to read you some of the questions real quick, so when you go around, you can kind of respond to some of them. Rita, I've heard and read a lot about China buying up African lands for mega agriculture production, both crops and livestock, that are shipped back to China. Do you have a knowledge of this? I also see a question about how can everyone, oh wait, let's see, there was another one that I wanted to make sure about resistance. What about nonviolent resistance? What can we do for nonviolent resistance to these false solutions? And okay, so those are the few that I captured, just so that you know some of the things that people are talking about in the chat, and any other comments you want to make. And we have been, Cindy, just so you know, dropping the reports that you've talked about with links about Urban Unicorns report, the Hoodwinked in the Hothouse, and also a report on net zero. And Catherine can keep dropping those links, which are reports to many of the things that the panelists have carefully talked to us about. So let's go to Sylvia, and then Rita, and then Sydney. So go ahead, please.
Thank you. I really was very impressed by my co-panelists here and the analysis and of each one of you. I think we are really in dark times for so many reasons. And we are also in the middle of this, pandemic that we didn't brought to ourselves. It is just this whole system. But I wanted to emphasize that in the middle of this fog, all these new traps. That was, I choose to emphasize that because I think really we need to be alert, because there are so many traps in language, in narratives, in concepts, and so. I do believe that these companies are planning a new attack, a kind of a new recolonization of everything, like Cindy and Rita said on candy. I mean, on water, on land, on air, but also on territories and everything. So I wanted to highlight this. I agree with Osprey that we need to work and be very precise and define what we mean. At the same time, I think that names like nature-based solutions or reductions to net zero really trick people, and people think, oh yeah, maybe that is good, and it's on the contrary, yeah, but at the same time, what I wanted to highlight is that we have been hearing for several months, maybe, but maybe more, this about we're in an emergency. And this emergency is so terrible. And because it's so terrible, it seems that we cannot do anything. We have to accept whatever it comes from those who have the power, the technologies, and the resources. And this is the last trap. Like, this is so not true. I was thinking, can it be a more urgent and a really emergency that the 500 years of genocide of indigenous peoples in Latin America since the conquest, more than 500 years? They can't, but they are still there. Indigenous communities and people are still resisting and defending their cultures and providing much of the food that we eat and caring for the ecosystems we need and everything. So my last message now, last thing in this conversation is that I think we have a real power in organizing, in reflecting together, in recognizing, like Cindy said, the different layers of oppression, that patriarchy and racism and white supremacy and land devastation and neoliberalism, and all these tricks are connected. So that's why I think that our power resides in reflecting together, in continue working at local level, like Candy just invited us, but also knowing that there are many others, sisters in the world, and we can strengthen each other.
Thank you so much. Thank you for those good words. Rita.
Yeah, thank you, Osprey. It is important for us to know that the energy system is founded on injustice. However we want to look at it, and this is flourishing in different areas, social, environmental, gender justice in different communities. We need to understand that that is something that is thriving, and that's what the energy system is built on, and is not a solution to the climate crisis. And one of the questions that was asked, which I have in front of me, do you believe that most African climate problems are caused by industrialization and Western influence? Of course, yes. A lot of corporate capture of our land are not done by indigenous companies. They are done by, foreign companies who have the backings of government and some elites in different places. They are the ones that are foiling these land grabs. They are the ones that are foiling violations on the ground, causing biodiversity loss, and bringing all sorts of false solutions. It is important for us to know at this point that certification, for instance, giving to corporate capture of our land for agro-commodities expansion is not a solution to deforestation or climate crisis that we have in front of us. It's also important for us to know that agro-commodities expansion is not a solution to the food crisis or the climate crisis that is staring in front of us. Instead, it's a declaration of ecocide in territories of indigenous communities and women and peoples across the world. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to express our concerns. And we do hope that collectively we can be able to build a solution that counts, that works, that is pro-people, and that is driven by communities from different parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rita, and for your years and years of dedication and the amazing work that you're doing and bringing us knowledge from your community and your lands. Thank you very much. And I also wanted to go to Cindy and to bring you back on. And there was a question Cindy, about a definition of neoliberal capitalism. And you can address that and anything else as well. Thank you, Cindy.
All right, awesome panel. And again, much love to all my compañeras and Osprey and WECAN for having this conversation, and everyone plugging in and asking like really sharp questions. So one, I put in the chat a really great succinct definition that I use when I train organizers is a piece from Elizabeth Martinez and Arnoldo Garcia on what is neoliberalism. So you look it up, find it on Google. She just passed away and was one of my mentors and does an incredible definition. So I'm not gonna, I mean, there's pieces around the rule of the market, privatization, deregulation, undoing of the common good, but for folks wanting to read up more on it, that's a good thing. And there's many resources on the internet about defining neoliberalism. Number two, I think there was a question in the chat about what do we do and about nonviolent direct action and what can we do? So I'm gonna say two things around that. I think that unjust rules and laws should be broken. And I also believe in diversity of tactics. And I think that, but it's based on an assessment of conditions and it's based on what movements are facing, right? And I think that to me, there's different levels of actions that people can be taking, from calling your Congress people to doing educational events to taking arrest and to putting, like, as we see many people putting their livelihood lives on the line because of what, defending land, territory, defending against police and state violence. And so I think for me, I don't have a judgment on the diversity of tactics. What I do believe in is that we got to do something about it because of the scale of the problem and the intersectionality of the threats and attacks that I think we're facing. And so I think have the hard conversations with your family, talk to your neighbors about what's going on, join an organization, support organizations that are really talking about root cause issues, and be able to think about the long trajectory of the struggle, because it's not, change doesn't happen overnight. And I think part of what we need to be thinking about is what is our long-term vision and what are the strategies we're employing and engaging in. The last thing I wanted to do was just end on a more positive note that really, like Rita said, like Silvia said, Candy said, many of us have been working on this notion of a just transition, that we have to move from this extractive, exploited economy to something new, to something to something that is actually going to really solve at root cause level. And part of that for us at Grassroots Global Justice Alliance, we're talking about a feminist, anti-racist regenerative economy. And it's now more than ever, as what's happening in Congress and this budget reconciliation fight in the next couple of years, and as the push for the Green New Deal, is that we think it's a moment to be bold and divest, continued divestment from the extractive and war-making economy, and that we need to invest in anti-racist, regenerative, feminist economy, which puts the rights of Mother Earth at the center, where it's the Pachamama is honored, where reparations are made to communities that have been disproportionately harmed, and that we're reproducing ourselves and our communities, and that work is valued. Our reproductive labor is valued, it's recognized, and that we share it with joy and dignity. And so on that note, invite folks to get mobilized, to get organized, and to roll up our sleeves and combat these false solutions, because we also have something to offer that counters them.
Thank you so much, Cindy, for those good final words. And I want to close and to just give my deep respect for all of you and the decades of work. And this is our moment. This is our moment. The window of time has closed, according to Mother Earth, warning us, letting us know in every way she can that we must act now, we need to act now. And at the same time, as was pointed out by Sylvia, we're in a crisis and an emergency, but we can't allow that to let, as Naomi Klein says, disaster capitalism to move in and just act and be rushed into false solutions. We know the solutions. You've been hearing about them today from these incredible panelists through the links and the work and the organizations that they all represent. And it's a time to really educate ourselves and to enter and to be able to get involved in your communities and organizations that you have in your own communities, nationally or internationally. But we need to do this in a way that has been outlined, as you've heard on this panel, that really centers justice, equity, gender rights, indigenous rights, rights of nature, all of these things that will really create systemic change. We cannot go on as we were. It's so clear we cannot go on as we were. So thank you for the brilliance of all that you have added today. I look forward to working with all of you going forward, and we appreciate and respect your time. So with that, we'll go ahead and close this panel. You're welcome to continue, panelists, to join us for the rest of the day or as you have time. And I send my love and gratitude to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
Love
you.
you all.
Gracias.
Thank you. Bye.
Everybody. Bye.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Gracias.
Abrazos.
Abrazos.
So what an amazing way to start our global assembly, really laying that foundation. And now I'm turning to our next panel, which I'm very excited about. And I want to welcome this incredible group of leaders. Thank you all for your important work and leadership and taking time also with us today on this panel, Women for Forests, Protecting Forests, Climate and Communities. Global forests are on the brink of ecological collapse in many regions of the world. And we must continue to take an unwavering stand to protect them and the indigenous peoples and local communities who have long stewarded the world's forests. And let's be clear, there's really no climate solution without forests. In WECAN, we have a Women for Forests program where we're working in 3 regions: the Amazon rainforest in Ecuador and Brazil, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the Tongass rainforest in Alaska. And we know through this work that there's a long history of women defending forests globally, which you'll be hearing about on this panel. And I just think that as we were talking about fall solutions and what we need to be doing, we need to understand that forests are critical, especially old growth forests are critical to how we're going to go forward, and that we really need to do both. Yes, we need to plant trees, absolutely, but we also need to especially care for the old growth forests that have the most biodiversity. And let's face it, we can't replace Mother Earth's design. So I want to introduce the speakers we have after I show a very short video to sort of frame the conversation. So we're going to see a very short video called Stand with Indigenous Peoples, Brazil, the Amazon and the Climate. And then I'll have the honor to welcome all of our presenters. Catherine, if you go ahead and do that, thank you.
Piraira nerai ewa tupan Piraira neraze ewa tupan A conjuntura política brasileira é muito grave para toda a população, em especial para nós mulheres. E agora temos um presidente que acha que as mulheres têm que ter papel secundário, salários menores. Está aqui participando do Fórum Permanente da ONU, em frente à Embaixada do Brasil, para nós tem um significado muito forte. Porque é reafirmar a presença e a existência indígena em todos os espaços.
Brazil is the deadliest country in the world for environmental defenders. Since the election of Bolsonaro, there has been an increase in the killings of indigenous peoples in Brazil. These are their lands, their forests that they have maintained. So it is up to all of us to be protecting indigenous rights. It's the morally correct thing to do, is to help our indigenous sisters and brothers when they're under attack, but also for all of us because of the climate. protect the Amazon rainforest. Bolsonaro, ainda parlamentar, ele falou que a cavalaria do Brasil era incompetente. Competente é a cavalaria norte-americana que conseguiu exterminar todos os indígenas. É muito urgente que o mundo escute a voz dos povos indígenas do Brasil.
Nesse momento, órgão institucional, políticas públicas, pouco importa, porque o que está nesse momento em pauta é exatamente a destruição, o extermínio e, mais uma vez, o genocídio coletivo de nossos povos. Eu não sei o resultado da nossa mobilização. Pode ser que na próxima semana vocês tenham notícias de várias lideranças nossas presas, criminalizadas ou mortas. Porque esse é o momento que a gente está. Mas nós estamos firmes, resistindo, pagando com a própria vida. Porque para nós, a luta pela Mãe Terra é a mãe de todas as lutas. É que são nossos territórios sagrados que garante o ar, a água, o clima e que garante a vida no planeta. Nós precisamos urgentemente romper com esse modelo de desenvolvimento que usa de forma predatória a Mãe Terra. Estamos aqui para reafirmar que a luta pela Mãe Terra é a mãe de todas as lutas. Nova York pode até ser o centro do mundo, mas o que garante a vida no planeta é a Amazônia.
Amazon is not for sale. The Amazon is not for sale. The Amazon is not for sale. Indigenous blood. Not one more drop of indigenous blood. The Amazon is not for sale. The Amazon is not for sale.
So with that, I want to introduce the speakers in the order of their presentations. First, we're going to be hearing from Sonia Guajajara. She's of the Guajajara people, who you just saw in the video. She's the executive coordinator of the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil. Then we'll be hearing from Nima Namadamu. She is the WECAN Democratic Republic of Congo coordinator and founder of SAFECO in the DR Congo. And then we had to do a little switch in our program because Isis is running out of power on her computer. So we'll be hearing from Isis Alvarez. She is a Colombian biologist and senior general advisor and unsustainable livestock campaign coordinator with the Global Forest Coalition from Colombia. Then we'll be hearing from Carrie Ames. She is a Tlingit indigenous woman. She is a WECAN representative in the Tongass Forest in Alaska, in the United States. And then we'll be hearing from Helena Gualinga. She is Quechua. She's a climate and indigenous rights youth activist. She is a WECAN Young Women project leader from Seriaco in the Ecuadorian Amazon. Then we'll be hearing from Devi Anggrani. She is the president of Perem Puan Aman in Indonesia. And we're just thrilled to have all of these incredible leaders who are fighting for their forests and have deep, deep knowledge from their communities about the vital forests of our Mother Earth. And with that, we will hand the floor to Sonia. And just as a friendly reminder, you will need to go to the globe at the bottom of your screen to click on interpretation and choose the language that you wish to hear, because you'll be speaking in Portuguese. Thank you so much, Sonia, for joining us. Thank you. Sonia, if you could unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
No podemos.
Ok. Olá, boa tarde. Tentando organizar aqui. Olá, gente. Olá, mulheres. Olá a todas as pessoas que estão nos acompanhando, né? Zané Caruca, na língua guacara, boa tarde. Então, quero cumprimentar a todas e todos que tiraram o dia para nos escutar na Assembleia Mundial das Mulheres por Justiça Climática. Eu saúdo aqui as meninas
Mundial de Mujeres.
e afirmo que é uma honra participar dessa Assembleia Global de Mulheres do mundo inteiro. E agradeço também ao convite permanente da Osprey, que está sempre proporcionando a nós participar desses diálogos, né, está fazendo essa incidência e para aumentar a nossa visibilidade, né, das lutas das mulheres indígenas. Nossas vozes de mulheres, estão chegando hoje a muitos lugares da nossa Mãe Terra, mas sabemos que não foi sempre assim, né? Se hoje estamos aqui, se hoje estamos falando, é porque nos levantamos para reafirmar que nossos direitos humanos não serão mais violados. Se hoje estamos aqui, mais uma vez, é porque o nosso conhecimento ancestral sempre ensinou que direitos humanos e natureza não se dissociam, não podem ser reivindicados separados. E que direito é aquilo que se arranca quando não temos mais escolhas. Nesse momento, a Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas também está acontecendo. Como vocês sabem, desde 1947, o Brasil tem a responsabilidade de cada ano ser o primeiro país a discursar nesse importante evento das Nações Unidas. O chefe de Estado do meu país, Jair Bolsonaro, poderia ter aproveitado para dizer ao mundo que uma das maiores biodiversidades do planeta é preservada e cultivada por povos e comunidades tradicionais. E que, entre esses povos, as mulheres estão sempre na linha de frente. Ele poderia se orgulhar do trabalho que os povos indígenas do Brasil têm feito pela humanidade. Mas ele não fala sobre nós, a não ser para nos atacar. Seu governo quase não tem mulheres, quase não tem negros, quase não tem juventude. É triste hoje ter que dizer a vocês, né, a todas vocês, que o Brasil viola direitos humanos e fundamentais de todos os cidadãos e cidadãs brasileiras. O governo brasileiro lidera atualmente o maior ataque às garantias territoriais dos povos indígenas já visto em toda a nossa história. Esse ataque, que tem o nome de tese do marco temporal. Essa tese do marco temporal congela o tempo e delimita, né, o dia 5 de outubro de 1988, que é o dia da data da promulgação da Constituição Federal brasileira, né, para afirmar que somente os povos indígenas que tivessem na posse das suas terras naquela data é que terão direito à demarcação de terras. Terras que são nossa por direito originário. Terras onde já estávamos muito antes desse lugar se chamar Brasil. Terras que garantem o equilíbrio climático. Terras que garantem a maior parte da biodiversidade viva no mundo. Essa tese do marco temporal ameaça os nossos territórios, né? E não só os nossos direitos, mas a nossa própria existência. E, consequentemente, ameaçando a nossa existência, ameaça a continuidade da vida no planeta. Quem defende a tese do marco temporal é inimigo da vida, é inimigo de milhares de espécies, é inimigo da água limpa, é inimigo do ar puro, é inimigo das futuras gerações. É preciso garantir a existência dos povos originários hoje, para que amanhã outros povos possam seguir vivendo na Mãe Terra. Sem território garantido, a nossa existência fica inviabilizada. E atentas a isso, nós, mulheres indígenas de todos os biomas do Brasil, nos unimos em torno da Articulação Nacional das Mulheres Indígenas Guerreiras da Ancestralidade, a AMIGA. Nós mobilizamos nossos saberes, nossas tradições, nossas lutas pela garantia dos direitos e da vida dos povos indígenas. Nós carregamos a Mãe Terra em nossos corpos, levamos nossos territórios para onde vamos. Nossos corpos são nosso território, mas todos os espíritos que nele habitam. Ao longo da história, nós, mulheres indígenas, temos cultivado muitas sementes importantes para o planeta, para os humanos, para os animais, mas há entre essas sementes uma que precisa de muita atenção e cuidado. Uma semente que não conseguimos cuidar sozinhas. Essa semente se chama futuro. Por isso, nós estamos fazendo um chamado global para um reflorestamento especial. Precisamos de um engajamento mundial para reflorestarmos nossas mentes com sonhos, curas, afetos, soma, solidariedade, ancestralidade, coletividade e história. Nós, da Articulação Nacional das Mulheres Indígenas Guerreiras da Ancestralidade, pretendemos semear ações de reflorestar mentes, reflorestar as mentes no mundo inteiro, baseadas na ancestralidade indígena, na sabedoria dos povos das florestas, justiça socioambiental e climática. As mulheres estão na linha de frente de defesa dos seus territórios, mas também na linha de frente de uma solução comunitária. Chega de apresentação de soluções falsas. Não estamos apenas nos defendendo de ataques, mas também clamando por uma mudança global, a partir de uma mudança de consciência política e ecológica. Nós vamos mapear e conectar as raízes dos grupos mobilizadores a nível regional, nacional e internacional, que promovam ações de transformação social e ambiental da nossa comunidade. E chamamos cada uma de vocês para virem com a gente. As alterações climáticas não vão esperar mais. Não vamos esperar que governos incompetentes, irresponsáveis, sem compromissos, governos de todo o mundo se entendam no meio dessa luta capitalista desenfreada, que agora busca transformar sustentabilidade também em lucro. Mais do que acordos, nós precisamos acordar, renascer, germinar novas mentes para acolher e fortalecer uma comunidade composta de diversos ecossistemas. Nós precisamos urgentemente de uma agenda nacional e internacional pautada na transição ecológica, no direito à terra de comunidades e de povos tradicionais, na retomada e demarcação de territórios indígenas como política transformadora, que apresenta alternativas ao enfrentamento da crise climática. Nós estamos diante de um imenso desafio e precisamos cada vez mais ser sementes, alimentar essa força que vem da origem dos processos vitais e está conectada com os ciclos da natureza. Nós não podemos deixar a boiada passar. Nós não podemos deixar o barulho, os tratores destruírem mais os nossos territórios. Nós falamos da mudança de um modelo econômico. Precisamos urgentemente de uma mudança desse modelo econômico baseado né, na centralização da Mãe Terra, baseado na exploração de pessoas e baseados, né, na opressão. A semente está na origem. E nós que somos povos originários, somos também povos sementes. Nós estamos diante desse desafio e precisamos cada vez mais ser sementes, alimentar essa força que vem da origem desses processos vitais e que está conectada com os ciclos da natureza. Sabemos que o que precisa ser plantado hoje, né, não vai se colher hoje, mas nós precisamos plantar hoje para que amanhã nosso futuro possa germinar. Porque a luta pela Mãe Terra continua sendo a mãe de todas as lutas. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for your powerful words and taking time with us. Sonia, for those of you who don't know, is really the leading voice in all of Brazil of Indigenous peoples. And we're super honored that you took time with us today, Sonia. And we're putting links to your work in the chat. We want you to support Sonia and her effort. The people of Indigenous people in Brazil is a huge fight for Indigenous rights, for their very lives, for the Amazon. And truly, none of us will be alive if we don't protect the Amazon rainforest. It's a critical forest, as is the Congo Basin and other forests in Indonesia, the boreal forest. But I also just want to thank Sonia for her incredible courage, because these land defenders, these forest defenders, literally are putting their lives on the line. And we're going to have a panel coming up over the next days about the land defenders. But the courage of Sonia is huge, because they risk their lives from attacks from companies when they stand up for their territory. So I want to thank you for speaking out, Sonia, and for being in these spaces with us and your precious time. And now I'm very honored to have our next speaker, which is Nima Namadamu. And to introduce her work, we're going to show a short video of her powerful work in the DR Congo. Thank you, Catherine. If you could go ahead, and then we'll hear from the beautiful words of Nima.
When I come back here after 25 years, I was shocked. When I was a little girl, the forest was here. And when I was here, I see no more trees. Idea was how again people can bring life back.
As the climate crisis increases, scientists are telling us that one of the most important things that we can do is to protect forests and biodiversity. The Congo Basin is one of the largest and most important forests of the world, only second to the Amazon in terms of size. And there we are reforesting damaged lands that due to extractive industries, agricultural business, have been completely turned into deserts.
We have now 500 women. They are planting those trees. And when you planting trees, you are honor those trees and you are honor on the land. That is not usual on our culture, women to have some propriety, some ownership. That gives us really confidence.
kandi nije uzubibagarira iri ni ishyamba ryanje
75% of the trees are going to rewilding the forest. Some of them now are 20 feet tall, and we're quickly seeing the forest begin to regenerate, and 25% are for human use so that we can ensure that we're protecting the 1.6 million acres of old-growth forest. This is where their food comes from, where their medicines come from, where the things they need for their homes come from, their pharmacy.
Ibiti akamaro ko kubitera icyo bimarira n'icyo mbitegeyemo cyane ni ukugira ngo tuzongere tubone imvura muri iki gihugu cyacu ibiti byarashize turifuza yuko bino biti za weekend tuzokomeza tukongera tukagarura amashamba.
Women, they are now protecting environment with trees. Women of Itombwe Forest, natural forest from DRC, we are trying to protect our environment.
We're now protecting 1.6 million acres of old-growth forest over the years as we reforest in the Congo Basin.
Kuko byamariye njewe ku giti cyanje bimpesha ihewa nziza muri iki gihugu cyacu.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a real need to develop more food sovereignty and food security. So now not only in the nurseries that we have are we planting sapling trees, but also lots of food for the local communities.
Vegetables we did really help so much. People to have vegetables to fight with malnutrition.
And the women are just so proud to not only be planting trees and healing their damaged homelands, but also protecting this old growth forest for all of us, for doing their part in mitigating the climate crisis. So for all of these things, it's a very comprehensive project that's lifting up women, lifting up Indigenous peoples and their traditional ways of life, protecting old growth forest and reforesting damaged lands.
All these forests will become soon big one, and we want to really to have again, bring new oxygen, winds will be stopping winds, and it really very, very, very important. Trees, they are life.
And with that, the floor is yours, Nima. Thank you, sister.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me and giving me this big opportunity to talk with friends, to speak with brother and one family. We have only one planet and we're supposed to protect. My name is Nema Namadamo. I'm from DRC, Congo. That is where I come from. And let me talk about a little story about Congo. Congo is in the middle of Africa. Congo is the second rainforest after Amazon forest. Like people say, Amazon forest is not to sell. Also, I can add my voice. Congo is not to sell, please. Congo is not to sell. And people who come to buy, they are from where? They are from global north. Those people really, we don't know where to say, because Africa, I cannot talk about only Congo. Africa is not to sell, please. Is this global north? They come to buy our continent or to buy Congo from maybe our authorities. They don't have that right. We only have one planet and we're supposed to protect. Like I say, my name is Nema Namadamu. I'm from DRC Congo, and where the Congo, we have 8 million people. And all these people, maybe 10% have access to running water and electricity. Without saying how maybe 3% have access to internet. Because you see me, you see millions and millions of people, and especially women. Because this, I'm not alone here with me. Those you will think, you will hearing women singing, planting trees. That's me, I'm here speaking, but look, if you can say we have like here, millions of names. Million voices coming from Congo, from Africa. Please, Africa is not to sell of those mining companies. Please, if we can use this opportunity we have, how we can change this world, how we can change this planet. We can live like paradigms if no one who come to buy. We are not selling Africa. We are not selling Congo forest. And I born in Itombwe forest, is where I born. There was a really big forest. It was all weekends, people and kids play with animal, but no more animal because no trees. Because when is no trees, no life, and human being too. Today we are talking about climate change because nor globally, nor West countries, they are affected. About climate change, no borders, no color, no racism, no gender. Everyone is affected. Please see how we can really working on that issues. Is global issues, we must have a global solution. I was telling you how I born in that forest, Itombwe natural forest. Now we call is global reserve natural forest. That is where I live, is where I born. We lived without running water. We go to resource to get water to drink. But right now we can't drink that water from source because a mining company, they go digging, mining, because I didn't tell you, Congo is also rich in minerals. Like you have today, this kind of airplane, car, electrical car, phone, the computers, all this kind, also guns, they are from Congo, majority. Those minerals, they are from Congo, is why we always have conflict. And those conflicts will never finish. People don't see those conflicts we have. It's a genocide happening of my tribe, Banyamulenge, because they live in that land, rich land. You have the minerals, and they want to chase them. We live in that country more 500 years. Before Africa get that name, we was living in that land, in Congo. Before Congo calling Congo, before devising, when conference, Belgium, Berlin in Germany, dividing Africa. We was not there, we African, we was not there. They devised African without asking us our thing. And when there was devising Africa, kid can be one country and father can be another country. From that, we always fighting with those conflicts caused by Western countries. And still today, we are suffering. And no one who talk about that. We talk on about climate change because Western countries, they are affected. And those we are frontline, we're talking about, we say, please, our country is not to sell, our forest is not to sell. And we can use this for good. Today, really, I'm not going to begging. We are asking, taking action. Now we are asking authorities, decision maker, stop. This is not time to begging again, writing many emails, begging for climate change. It's time to act. Stop. Congo is not to sell. I add my voice for that. And let's continue talking about how really we are fighting. We are in front line. Without forest, no life. And we live naturally. We cook naturally. As women, they are in the community. And men continue fighting. Because in my country where I am, in Itombwe, we don't have a road. We don't have running water. We don't have a hospital. We don't have a school, but we have guns. We have MONUSCO who's bringing us guns. She said they're bringing us peace, but I'm today to ask you really to stop those games. They are games, and we can't continue every time talking about this. Let's talk about now our work, about the forest, about we are looking how to planting, we're looking for fighting with fungi. That is also where we have COVID-19. This can also to be another crisis globally we're facing. I think of my viewing, this COVID is also a consequence from climate change. But everyone, we are facing that crisis. And you see how globally people stand up, fighting with bringing vaccinations, fighting with COVID, is how we can stand up, fighting also with climate change. I think that is the same issues, it's global issues. And we must have really global solution. Please, I'm talking to take actions, really everyone. You know, when is the climate change? When is the crisis like COVID? No, we are not going to speak. Is now we are looking oxygen, you know, people, they are in hospital and everywhere. Because this is now known because it's affecting globally West countries. It's why we are talking, but no one who talking about this climate change because it's affecting Africa the first. We are all African countries, on front line, especially Congo, because Congo have all these trees. We have 60% for whole Africa. That is in the Congo, in the basin Congo. Is why we are also frontline to ask you, to beg you, please take action about climate change.
Thank you.
Also, thank you so much, thank you. And also let's talk about really kind of, I think my time is going away.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe I will continue. If you have a question, please be free. We are here with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nima. And it's such an honor to work with you. And we've put links to your chat in the chat for you. And so honored to have you with us. And we are together. We are together. And I'd now like to introduce Isis Alvarez. If you could join us, Isis, thank you. I know Isis had a little bit of technology issues. I'm just seeing if she's there. Okay, we'll come back to Isis. Let's go ahead and, oh, you are, okay, great.
Yes. Hola, ¿me escuchan?
There you are, we see you, yes. Go ahead.
Hi, Osprey. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. My presentation is going to be in Spanish. Ashley, I've sent a PowerPoint presentation, although like in the course of the event, I've realized it might be very boring if I start like with the usual, the usual presentation. Bueno, voy a empezar, como les dije, en español. Tengo una presentación de PowerPoint. Ashley, no sé si la va a poner. De todos modos, la presentación ha variado un poco, ya que me he dado cuenta que es un poco más sobre, bueno, las experiencias que hemos tenido. Yo realmente más que, no soy tanto lideresa de que está enfrente, pero digamos que he estado mucho más involucrada con las políticas ambientales a nivel internacional. Mucho a nivel de la ONU, donde he tenido el privilegio de conocer muchas mujeres lideresas y muy fuertes trabajando en estos temas de cambio climático, de protección de bosques, cuidado del medio ambiente. Y la verdad es que ha sido un camino que no ha sido fácil, y sobre todo por todo lo que uno se encuentra, especialmente porque siempre hemos crecido en una sociedad que ha sido muy ciega respecto a género, respecto a nuestro rol de mujeres, como niñas también. De repente hemos estado muy a un lado. Mi experiencia como mujer latina pues ha sido darme cuenta de todo esto, me ha abierto los ojos. He tenido la fortuna de trabajar junto con mujeres que realmente son muy fuertes y muy valientes, que están en las primeras líneas de lucha contra grandes corporaciones, son luchas contra todos estos grandes actores que persiguen solamente satisfacer sus bolsillos propios y dejan de lado el bienestar de las comunidades. Entre ellas hemos podido trabajar con la FNC de Paraguay. Aquí la experiencia ha sido muy importante porque son las mujeres las que están liderando la lucha en contra de las grandes plantaciones de soya, que es soya para exportación, para la alimentación de ganado en Europa, en Rusia, incluso en China. Entonces estamos viendo cómo se sacrifica con la cooperación de los gobiernos mismos, se sacrifica el derecho a la alimentación de los pueblos locales para producción, dedicar tierras a producción, para que algo que ni siquiera es alimento humano se exporte y alimente a los animales de allá o también de la región, pero esta comida, esta materia prima se exporta y no nutre a las personas. Y en ese proceso lo que pasa es que hay mucho desplazamiento, se utiliza mucho la fuerza, la violencia, y las más afectadas son las mujeres. Muchas veces, como ya lo ha dicho la compañera de Brasil, nuestra región Suramérica es una de las más peligrosas para ser un líder ambiental, líder y lideresa ambiental. Colombia acaba de ganar el título de donde hay mayor asesinatos de defensores de medio ambiente y de derechos humanos. Entonces, pues realmente no es fácil oponerse a estos proyectos, pues ya sea la minería, son proyectos todos extractivos que, como dije, buscan satisfacer simplemente algunos bolsillos. Y los gobiernos están mancomunados con estas corporaciones que les permiten entrar y les permiten hacer de todo, les permiten desplazar. Las mujeres muchas veces quedan viudas, jefes de hogar, con hijos. Aparte de todo el caso en Paraguay, por ejemplo, de la comida, las tierras han sido envenenadas, no solo los expulsan, los desplazan de sus territorios, sino por las fumigaciones con glifosato para estas grandes expansiones de soya, por ejemplo. A la vez contamina la tierra, contamina las aguas y afecta de su derecho a la alimentación a las personas. Estamos viendo cómo la expansión a la ganadería además está afectando los bosques amazónicos, los bosques del Cerrado, el ecosistema del Pantanal. Y esto también afecta mucho a las mujeres están desplazadas, las mujeres estamos afrontando cada vez más hambre, cada vez más violencia. No se habla de esa pandemia, no se reconoce como una pandemia, pero la violencia a la mujer es realmente una pandemia desde mucho tiempo atrás, tal vez derivada desde el mismo colonialismo. Y todas estas cosas previenen que haya como un desarrollo sostenible. Se previene que hayan, por ejemplo, prácticas o planes, se implementen planes que sean más efectivos para abordar todas las diferentes crisis que a los que estamos enfrentadas, ¿no? Entonces, en todo este camino hemos podido darnos cuenta, desde mi trabajo con el Grupo Mayor de Mujeres, que es una de las sillas para la sociedad civil en los procesos de la ONU, hemos podido trabajar juntas con mujeres de muchos continentes, de otros países, de muchas regiones. Y bueno, y nos hemos dado cuenta, como les decía al principio, que ha sido una experiencia donde se abren los ojos y uno se da cuenta de el acceso limitado a la tierra que tenemos las mujeres, los pocos derechos de propiedad. Casi siempre hay una diferencia a nivel país o a nivel región, es una diferencia bastante significativa entre las tasas de propiedad de tierra de un hombre versus una mujer y también de otros recursos productivos. Así que entonces hay pocas mujeres que son propietarias de tierra, pero aún así a nivel mundial son las mujeres las que se encargan de la mayoría de la producción del alimento de los hogares. La mayoría de los campesinos a pequeña escala a nivel mundial son mujeres, somos mujeres también. Y aún así, este reconocimiento que poco a poco ha ido escalando y se está haciendo más visible, aún así hay un creciente despojo de tierras, como lo nombraba anteriormente, por las actividades extractivas. Otro obstáculo que nos hemos encontrado, digamos, en el camino es la poca participación que hay de mujeres en la toma de decisiones que les afectan. Muchas veces se deben a patrones culturales, bueno, falta de oportunidades, también como sabemos, los trabajos de cuidados mantienen a las mujeres en sus hogares ocupadas con cosas del hogar, de la familia, de los cuidados que las previenen de acceder a una educación. Muchas veces en comunidades a las donde hemos llegado, las reuniones que se hacen solo con hombres también porque las mujeres, por ejemplo, mujeres indígenas no hablan español y bueno, las personas que venimos del interior de las ciudades o del interior del país, pues no logramos comunicarnos y desde la entrada ya hay como una discriminación y como que hay como negligencia para poder incluir a las mujeres en los planes y en las tomas de decisiones. Esta visibilización del rol de las mujeres es algo que hemos trabajado muy fuertemente, sobre todo en el convenio en diversidad biológica, que de hecho ha sido uno de los convenios de la ONU donde hubo un reconocimiento, donde hubo reconocimiento del rol de la mujer en la conservación de la biodiversidad, que data de 1992, pero a pesar de esta distinción, digamos que en más de 20 años que lleva ese proceso, los avances han sido mínimos. A pesar de haber tenido un plan de acción de género que estaba desde finales de los 90, principios de siglo, se han dado avances, pero muy lentamente, ¿no? Es en estos momentos donde el feminismo está recobrando un poco más de fuerza, en donde ya hemos podido avanzar un poco más. Otro ejemplo que tenemos es el del mecanismo de sociedad civil del Comité en Seguridad Alimentaria de la FAO. A pesar de que, como lo dije anteriormente, la mayoría de las mujeres son las que alimentan al mundo, el mantenimiento de los sistemas alimentarios se dice que las soluciones son de las grandes corporaciones. Nos venden falsas soluciones, incluso esas falsas soluciones tienen que ver también con esquemas que son fraudulentos, que son esquemas que mienten, como el RED, que es los esquemas de reducción de emisiones de deforestación, que ha sido un esquema que de hecho ha permitido que se privaticen tierras, y por esta falta de derechos de propiedad que mencionaba anteriormente, ha permitido que entren terceros a ocupar tierras que eran tierras de las que dependían comunidades anteriormente, y que ha prevenido el acceso a recursos.
Isis, thank you.
¿Perdón?
Isis, thank you so much. We're going to need to move to the next speaker, but I really appreciate your comments, and it's really nice that you also connected to our first panel, around false solutions. So thank you also for making a bridge from our earlier conversation, because it is so important that we understand exactly what you were talking about regarding forests.
Okay, so sorry if it's boring, sorry. So I'll just stop here, thanks.
No, it's all very good. We're just running little bit late. So we'll come back to you when we do the questions and answers. And Isis and her organization, the Global Forest Coalition, has just done tremendous work all over the world at the United Nations advocating. And we thank you so much, Isis, for joining us. I know you're low on your battery, but I hope you can stay with us and to get back to our Q&A session when we get there. And thank you so much for your presentation and the incredible work you're doing and advocacy that your organization does every day. Thank you very, very much. And now we're going to go to our next speaker, which is Carrie Ames. She is a Tlingit woman, as I mentioned, and she's one of our WECAN representatives in the Tongass. Carrie, please go ahead. Carrie, you'll need to unmute yourself and turn on your video. Thank you.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Tlingit kenach dia yuchut duasak yech na chutsati sluch na hadi ayachut hichji hitach delayed ka yadi wushkitan dashkan gunach chi ha iadi I did my traditional introduction for you guys because I'm also inviting in my ancestors to come with me. I told you that I am of the Raven moiety and the Coho Salmon clan, and I come from the Frog House. My father is of the Delayed Ka, the white man. I am grandchild of the Wushkiton, the Shark clan, and I told you that my Tlingit name is Diya. I am here for the indigenous people's voices that has been silenced. We have made a small victory, but we would like for our forest to be codified into law, the roadless rule, because as we can see, whoever comes into power can change it at the whim like Trump did. And so we did have a small feat and we won of it being reinstated, but we need your help on to codify it into law, because they keep pushing these narratives that is for jobs and is for the people, but it is not for the people and it is not providing jobs. Logging industry is less than 1% of the jobs. And so when they're saying it's jobs, and it's funny that these people that are representing us are now about all this climate change and Alaska for climate, when really they're the ones that were the first ones taking the cut at the Tongass, which absorbs 8 to 10% of the world's carbon sequestration. So we realize right there that it's not just about us. And it really affects our women. We have the largest missing and murdered Indigenous women in Alaska. And so the women are greatly affected. And it's not just the trees that are being affected. We are also mineral rich like some of these other places. And so this is also why our forest is very valuable. And I want to say that the Osquani, the tree people, they have a spirit, and they are not just, our trees are more valuable standing up and not down. And if they said that they were for us getting money, they would have never sent the logs out into the ground to Japan. Our forest takes a long time to grow, over 500 years for it to be a mature forest. And people love Alaskan wood because of the strength test of it, because it does grow so slow that it is very strong. And we need to realize how long it does take to come back, because our ancestors have been here for over 10,000 years. And we did not do that by accident. We did that by balancing everything. We were connected with everything. We never took more than we needed from the land, and we always gave back to the land. And my grandfather always said, sometimes even the animals need help. And this is me standing up for the two-legged, the four-legged, the winged ones, and those that are even also in the water, because everything has a spirit and everything has a name. And it's just very important, because, you know, when these logging camps come in, they are camps. They are outside of our towns. They get their own mail. They have their own store a lot of the times. And for instance, down in Thorn Bay, there was the largest floating log camp there. Once they finally went to Thorn Bay, their person who ran the logging camp said women cannot drive there. So it's also about our women's rights are being affected by this, about these people who have control in these logging camps. And that is not right. And so I'm here for those people, standing for that. And also for the rest of the Alaskans, because many have come to live amongst us. The state capital is with us. And we are also being displaced to these larger cities. And it's funny that they say once you go to the city, you're basically not supposed to be Indigenous anymore. You cannot go gather any of our foods. We are the largest land claim owners, but yet we are some of the poorest people. We do not live on reservations. And how do they call it our land when we do not even live on our supposed land that they say is ours? We have been displaced to the city areas, and it's not right at all. It's genocide on our people. We rely on the forest. The forest takes care of us. And at one point we took care of the forest, but in a lot of ways we weren't allowed to do any of this. Our voices were taken away from this land. We were not allowed to protect it. And so luckily we did get the roadless rule put in there, and we are seeing it work, but we need to give it a chance to come back, because we were in balance with not only the water for clean drinking water, clean air, but also the salmon. You know, we realize that the salmon are feeding not only the world, but our people, but it also feeds all the animals and it regenerates the forest. And so I want people to see that this is affecting Indigenous people of the Tlingit, the Haida, and the Tsimshian. We are all part of the Tongass. And when they say that these roads are to connect cities, they're lying to you. We live in an archipelago. There are many, many islands. For instance, my island is about the size, just smaller than Puerto Rico. And so these roads are not connecting people. And there have been many things that have been approved under the roadless rule. So it's not blocking stuff, but it is blocking industry. And I feel like it's bad when they choose industry over the people. You know, our voices have been silent. They give money to the logging industry for them to have their input on stuff. Where was the money for us to have our input? They push these narratives very fastly. And also the comments, public comments and stuff, they're not listening to that. 90% of Alaskans wanted it to stay and not be touched, but they weren't listening to that. And I really feel like it's not right. It's not right that not only are the Indigenous voices not heard, but we're also being ignored. We are doing a lawsuit now because of what happened with Trump on them taking away our forests from us. And so we're continuing to fight that. And so I just want everyone to hear that we are making strides, but we do still need help, because when the roadless rule got put in, you know, it took all of America to say, hey, we want to protect this area. And so again, I'm calling upon not just everyone in America, but around the world to help us. I'm sorry to get emotional, but it's very important to us, because with this pandemic and troubles on our island, you know, we've come to rely on these stores too much, and they're not going to provide for us forever. I already see our stores shelves being empty. You know, that's not right. Some people can't even provide milk for their kids. And so we need this forest even more for our medicine, for our food. And our ancestors were the first original scientists. They have intimate knowledge of this land. And for them to ignore our knowledge is not right. There are many things that we can do to repair this land. And so I know that we are running behind, and I have much more to say, but I would just like to leave it at this, and to stand for the Tongass, stand for the people of the Tongass, and stand for the salmon forest. And I'd like to thank WECAN and Osprey and everyone here for listening and helping to raise each other's voices, because as I'm listening to these amazing women, I stand with you in solidarity for those of you who are around the world, because our forests are very important and our voices are connecting us. You know, they're connecting us with these forests, and our trees tell us that we are connected. For when we breathe out, they breathe in, and when they breathe out, we breathe in. And so we have to remember this connection that we have, not only to the forest, but this earth. And so thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, Carrie, for your beautiful words and the incredible work you've done. As she was saying, you know, we have a WECAN Tongass hub with 5 other incredible Indigenous women, and we've been working together for like 5 years now. And we had a very big victory with protecting like 16 million acres of old growth forest recently. But it needs to be codified into law, as she was saying, and solidified. So we're in a big struggle now to move that victory to a permanent victory. And it's just incredible what we can learn from Carrie and the Indigenous women there who have been tending these forests for time immemorial. So deep respect for you, and I share your tears and heart with you, and we will stand with you and the trees forever. Thank you. And now I'd like to hand the floor to Helena Galinga, who is from Sariaco in Ecuador. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's raining a lot, so you may be hearing some noise behind me, but I hope you still can hear me clearly. My name is Helena Galinga. I'm 19 years old. I come from the Quechua people of Sarayaku in the Ecuadorian Amazon. I know we have little time left, so I'll try to keep this keep it short. My people and my community has a long history of fighting oil companies and extractive industries. My community is one of the few communities that have been able to win a lawsuit against the that has been able to win a lawsuit against the Ecuadorian government and in an international court, which means that my community, in comparison to other communities, have an extra layer of protection when it comes to extractive industries. But unfortunately, other communities do not have this privilege, do not have this extra layer of protection, which makes it even harder to protect the territories and their lands. And because we knew that the extractive industries and the governments, they would not stop coming to our communities and to our territories for mining or to dig oil. We understood that besides just protecting our community territories, we needed to create something even bigger so that we could protect the entire Amazon, so that we could help other communities protect their territories as well. Well, first of all, we have the Sarayaku case with the president for other communities. So in recent years, we've seen a lot more victories in the Ecuadorian Amazon against extractive industries than before. So a lot of communities actually have been able to protect their communities because of the sentence that Sarayaku made happen like 10 years ago. But this isn't enough. And because the threats, we have heard Sonia talking about the threats that the Amazon have and how violent the governments can be in our countries, how violent the extractive industries can be. So in my communities, we have this vision, we have this knowledge called Sacha, which means the living forest. And this is not something that we all of a sudden came up with. This is something that has been part of our ways of living, of our vision. This is something that is told to us in all the intimate ceremonies and in our families, and what is taught to us and what we understand is it's also a representation of how we see life and how we see the world. So Causa Sacha, translated to English, means the living forest. And what the living forest means to us is that we do not see the natural world as something that is opposite to us. We see it something that we are a part of. And this is also why we're able to have this balance and that we're able to live in harmony with the natural world. If you go to my community, you will see that, well, first of all, we do not have roads. The only way to get there is by a small airplane or in a canoe, like a 5-hour canoe ride on the river. It's far out in the Amazon. We still live in our traditional huts and still bring a very traditional lifestyle, which is based on hunting and harvesting. And it's a very sustainable way of living. It's this balance that we have with us and with the natural world, and we are able to lead that life because of the way that we see the world, because of the way that we see life. You know, we can be talking about all these policies, but that does not change anything if we do not change the way that we see the world. We need to redefine how we see the world and our entire relationship with the natural world. Right now, it's based on not only exploiting our lands and exploiting our water sources, it's based, the entire system that we're living in right now is based on exploiting people that are protecting these forests and that are protecting these waters. So Kausaksacha means that we see nature as something that is living. The living forest, we see the forest as something that is living. And what do I mean by living? It means that it actually has beings, and that we believe that the waters and the waterfalls, the mountains, they actually have their own protective being. And that's also why we're able to have this relationship with them, because we are beings as they are beings. And I think this is it's such a fundamental thing when we're talking about, protecting the Amazon, protecting biodiversity and all these ecosystems that are threatened right now. When we're talking about curbing and mitigating climate change, this is so fundamental, because we need to shift our entire perspective on what is being exploited and what and all the harm that we're causing the natural world. And I think it's very important that this is brought into the discussion, because that is the basics of what we should be talking about, of how we actually see the world. And based on that, we can then continue having these other conversations about, okay, how do we implement this in the system that we live in? How can we use this to protect our communities? So what Sarayaka has proposed is that Kausaksacha is actually recognized as a legal tool to protect our communities. And we also know that Ecuador is the first country to recognize nature's right in our constitution, which, so according to our constitution, Kausaksacha is something that needs to be recognized, that should be recognized and implemented in our, in Ecuador and in all politics that we have in my country. I know we have very little time, so thank you all for listening. Thank you all the panelists for being here. It was very, there was a lot I learned from this, and thank you, Osprey, for having me here.
Thank you so much for joining us and your beautiful work, and also just really honoring the power of a young woman such as yourself, who is understanding the climate crisis, understanding the fight in your community, and to, at such a young age, to tackle these huge issues. I just have so much respect for you and the work that you're doing, and I'm really honored to have you on our team and to continue to support your voice and your work. And with that, I'd like to bring Debbie Angani to please join us. Thank you, Debbie. You have the floor.
Thank you, Osprey. I want to share. I cannot share my presentation, but that's okay.
We can do that if you'd like. Is that important to you? Would you
like? Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
It's make it easier for me to. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
What you wish. Can someone please help? Yeah. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone, because this is early morning in Indonesia, 2 AM here, and good afternoon, good evening, and everyone. Thank you very much for WECAN for invitation. Okay, I just want to show you talking about deforestation in Indonesia. In Indonesia, the policy is talking about the recognizing for customary forests. But now, if we look at that the situation in Indonesia, there is no significant progress. Yeah, there is 11 million hectares we already submitted as a part of the our contribution to the government, but there is no change now. It's so really limited. You can see the the number in this right side, and you know it's so really big deforestation. And if you look at these photos, I just want to show you the reality in Indonesia. This is just one concession, palm oil. Very huge and really big change. And this one is the second hectare in Indonesia, charcoal concession, and this is large in Kalimantan or Borneo. And what happened with this? This is rise the criminalization and conflict in Indonesia. If you look at the, I'm so sorry, this is still in Bahasa Indonesia, there is 40 cases in just 1 year facing by indigenous people. We are not taking account the local communities, but if you look at this, 40. And the right, this is the conflict in charcoal mining. And if you look at the data, it's so really big case. There is 56 case since 2015 and 14 until 2018. Sorry. And you know, the deforestation has made a major contribution to climate change. It's a bit contradictory if you look at the project of climate, still using same models with the concession. It's not different. Business as usual, large scale, massive. For indigenous women, understanding about climate change is not something easy. Systemic barriers such as language, procedure and mechanism, terminology, and technology already exclude them from the whole process. Indigenous women just only respond to change in the weather season, which they can no longer predict. Floods, drought, no longer follow the same pattern based on their experience. If you look at these photos, I'm so sorry, it's a bit different. Okay, if you look at this, we know a lot of what you say, the action from the indigenous woman. They as a guardian for the community. Acquisition of ancestral domain doesn't use free prior informed consent. Is a basic principle to obtain consent from indigenous people. 90% data from Perempuan Aman we collect for last year. The point is that we are no longer able to enjoy the abundant life supported by the ancestral domain. Indigenous people experience impoverishment and being impoverished by keeping us away from the ancestral domain, because that's a source of our life. Sorry, it's not just the economic, but the cultural and political. We have become dependent with the other stakeholder for the fulfillment of our daily needs, such as clean water, food, health, and others. It's already a lot of speakers talk about that. But the important one, we lost our economic models, we become a worker or labor in our territory. We lost our access and control for our life. The issues of criminalization increased from year to year. We lost our sense of security due to conflicts with government and companies, and even with family members. But for Perempuan Aman, we don't want to take a silent. We need to take action to be a leader, and leadership is needed for this time. If you look at that, we need the know about our ancestral domain. That's why Perempuan Aman promote the engendering participatory mapping, is to be part of the we know, collect the data and provide the segregating data, talking about the by ethnicity, gender, and age, and others. And then I think this is a part of our movement in Indonesia. We are using the data to promote our economics model, how we can control and access our ancestral domain to the government, and talking with concrete action
contribute our harvesting to the other communities in the pandemic situation. They needed support from us. And I think this is a part of our struggle in Indonesia. Push the data to promote the indigenous people rights bill in Indonesia. And I think Perempuan Aman using our organization as a part of the transformation for indigenous women individually and collectively to take action, collective action to bring the change situation. We don't want to be silent. I think this is a part of our work in Indonesia. If you look at that, I hope I can show you how we can gather the data, and this is a part of the build our confidence as indigenous women to bring our voices in the every level. Thank you, Osprey. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Debbie, for your incredible work. And I've had the honor of being with Debbie and Rita, who you heard from earlier, Carrie and Helena, a lot of these women, who are fighting on the ground for the forest for all of us in, very high level advocacy spaces, talking to governments, talking to financial institutions, asset managers, banks, and really trying to push this agenda that they've all talked about forward so we can transform how we're caring for our forests and ensure that indigenous peoples and people on the ground, local communities can care for the forests as they have for millennium and really stop this extractive industry and really transform this moment in how we care for the forests, which we all depend upon. And I wanted to just open up the floor to questions for people. I'm looking in the chat to see any questions for our panelists. I'm looking to see if Isis has rejoined us, if someone could let me know if Isis rejoined us. I'm trying to also see if we had Sonia return to us. I'm hoping that Isis is here. It would be really great. There's a question for you on the GFC campaign, the Global North can support. And Monica Lopez is asking you for your important work. I don't see her right here right now. Also, Isis has done some really incredible work often at the UN climate negotiations, and I know we'll be continuing to do that work. I would like to find out from the panelists, if you could talk to us about free, prior, and informed consent, which is really important to your work. If one of you or all of you would like to talk about why free, prior, informed consent is so important to forest protection. Anyone can jump in.
Okay, thank you so much, Osprey. You can again ask that question. I didn't really.
Yeah, the question is how, with free, prior, and informed consent, with under Indigenous law, why that's so important. That local communities and Indigenous peoples have the right to say no to what's happening on their territories, and we know that free, prior, and informed consent, or FPIC, is often devalued and not respected. And it would be great if you would like to speak about that. And I know, Debbie, you've done quite a bit of work with that as well.
Okay, thank you so much. That is a wonderful question. What free or people have a right to land where they live? I think when we see global North come to global South to share with and coming, it took everything. For example, took out down, digging, cutting trees, and doing minerals. I think if someone can think, that is really can part you. Someone can come in your house that doesn't asking you anything and took everything. That you will be happy. For example, I'm talking, maybe if that's the question you will ask those women who you see in the video, I really didn't talk about how women work. I'm one of those women who work on the ground, on the front line. And I'm speaking English because why I get polio saved me. If I couldn't have a polio in the age of 2 years old, I couldn't have access to education. Like other women talking in the presentation say, the system already cut off of women, of community, because we don't speak those language. The system is really so heavy on us, on the community, on the women. That is where we are fighting. And sometimes you feel frustrated to come to do this meeting because it's those people who understand. And when we're back now home as activists, talking, giving this, say you don't do anything. You don't talk because you speak the language. And you become like really tongue in mouth between south and north. And we are in a danger space. When you are talking, we are really begging for that. That is where I can answer. Is really no question. When you ask that question, it's frustrating by system, how system is putting indigenous people out, community out, Black women out, and everyone out. They don't see as a human being. That is really where it's killing. And it's especially women who have education. And when you see where is kind, but everything, those women you see everywhere, from Itombe forest, from Amazon forest, from Equator, from David, she show how industry, how is really killing. And those people who come buying those minerals, who come cutting trees, they're taking where? We only have one planet. I don't know whether they are taking those kind of minerals. Is it for, we are going to use for all, please. We are voice from a forest. You can't give difference between forest and human beings who are in the front line. As a community, as women, without trees, we can't live. Me, for example, in Itombwe, we can't cook. We live naturally. We live with those forests. More hundreds years. But this is happening with technology. It's why you know now what is going on. With colonizing, with everything, is now we have this media, and everything is now getting there. It's how, yes, it's that kind of where we are talking about. As my tribe, for example, having like genocide from today, but where they live, no road, no medicine, no hospital. It's why I get polio with no vaccinations. Until today in Congo, we're still waiting for vaccination for COVID. And people that are so like rumors around that crisis again against the world, against this planet, because they say this COVID, we don't know COVID is sicknessing, is crisis for American, European, and the Chinese people. It's not for us, for Africa. They say no vaccination because they say the people, white people, they are going to kill us because they put poison on those vaccinations. That is the rumors. Now we are fighting with those, my people. That is big issues. Please helping us to be treated equal as a human being. That is my message I can give to that answer. Thank you for asking the question, my dear.
Thank you so much, Nima. And I really want to thank everyone. I see, Carrie, you have your hand up. Our panel is going over a little bit, and I really apologize about the time limits to everyone. My apologies to all the panelists all day long. It's very challenging. I know we have so much to say. We really need to have like 3 months together for everyone to say everything. So we will be sending up a follow-up from all of these panels for people. And please know I am really working to respect everyone's voice and time. Carrie, why don't you go ahead and close the session if that's all right with the rest of the panelists? And if Catherine, you could put in the chat a link to the importance of free, prior, informed consent, that report that we share around. I really want people who are listening in to understand why we must respect Indigenous rights and FPIC in relationship to the policies that are going to help protect their forests. With that, I'll give Carrie the final word, and I welcome our new panelists, and we'll shift very quickly to your panel. Carrie, please go ahead.
Yes, I'd just like to answer partially of that question as well. That it comes down to our human rights, you know, and it also takes away food from us. We have the right to feed our families as well, and we are left with the devastation of these areas of what they are taking, whether it's resources, you know, many different things that they're taking from us. And a lot of times we did not give consent. And so that would be like me coming into your kitchen and just taking everything and be like, nope, you don't get that no more because I need it. Or like, say, instance, for the forest, you know, for these animals, that'd be like me coming to the suburbs or to a big city and then just taking out all your homes and saying, okay, you can live now. It's maybe devastated area, but you can live, you know, and people don't realize the devastation that the people that live there are left in. You know, we're having more and more landslides, which are then affecting our rivers. When the big rains are coming, we're seeing our rivers being just muddy and brown, and that's not good for drinking water. And you know, it's really about human rights and about us having a say. You know, we do have a say what happens to our body, especially as women and especially as people. You know, we have a right because we have taken care of this land for so long, you know, and all people of their areas. And you can tell that when they have been taken away, the land is hurting very badly because it's not being taken care of like it once was. And so we just need these opportunities to take care of it again, to take care of everyone. And when we can, with all these strong women, we are creating a strong foundation. And this foundation is going to keep growing. And so that way, then we can uplift everyone else. And with all these voices, we are uplifting. And it's amazing that we have connected around the world. I am so very honored to hear the stories and their fights as well. It just opens my eyes that everyone is fighting for their homeland and their rights and their right to feed their families and to provide for their families and for their generations and their next generations to keep continuing. And so just think about the people in the area that it affects and the devastation that a lot of times they're left with. Thank you all for listening and for giving us this opportunity to speak and to answer some of your questions. I wish there was more time because I know all of us could probably speak for days about what's going on. So thank you all for having a kind heart and open ears.
Thank you all so much. Really appreciate your time. We're in solidarity and we will keep working together. Thank you all very, very much for your work and your time today. It's deeply respected. Thank you.
Together we can.
Together we can. Thank you. Much love and good work to you in solidarity. And with that, I want to welcome our next panelists, a group of leaders who are just amazing for the panel Feminist Frameworks for Global Climate Justice. Thank you for your vital work and leadership to truly address root causes, as we've been talking about, as well as the scope and scale of the climate crisis. We need policies that are systemic across all sectors of society, strong in feminist principles, and strive to combat historical oppressions. And when we analyze root causes, it's clear that women experience the climate crisis with disproportionate severity precisely because their basic rights continue to be denied in varying forms and intensities across the world. And Indigenous women, Black, Brown women, women from low-income communities, women from the Global South bear an even heavier burden. So with this enforced gender inequality, we really need to have system changes we've been talking about today. And, all that said, against all odds and great challenges, what really inspires me so deeply is that women, feminists, and gender diverse people are demonstrating every day that we have unique and essential solutions and skills to offer at this critical moment in human history. And in fact, we can't succeed without their efforts. So with that, let me introduce in the order that they will be presenting some of the truly remarkable leaders of this movement for feminist climate justice. First, we're going to be hearing from Noeline Naboul-Ivu. She is the co-founder and the director of DIVA for Equality in Fiji. Then we're going to be hearing from Rosa Moiwend. She's a West Papuan feminist and human rights defender from West Papua. And I'm very sorry to say we did have Lucy Malenke. She's the executive director for Indigenous Information Network in Kenya. We send love to her family. She had some personal issues come up, so just sending good thoughts to her right now. She's fine, but we need to support her family. Then we'll be hearing from Sasha Gabazon. She's the executive director of WECF in the Netherlands. And then we'll be hearing from Dipti Bhatnagar. She is the International Program Coordinator for Climate Justice and Energy, Friends of the Earth International. She's living in Mozambique. And then I'm really honored to have Bridget Burns. She is the Executive Director of WEDO from the United States. Really an amazing group of women and feminists. And I hand the floor to you, Noeline. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of a really extraordinary gathering of women and gender non-binary people and others from across the planet. It's a real wonderful, energizing moment for me as well. So one of the things is, if we're going to talk about, kind of global feminist frameworks, and if we can put the URL up from the WECAN website, there's some of those that are listed. So I'm not going to go through some of those examples that have been shared, but there's many, many across the world. And one of the things is that we use the language of socioeconomic and ecological justice and incorporating climate justice into that. I think that's one of the first things that we have to speak about is we often talk about the power of the 99%, in resisting and proposing something different against the 1%. But one of the things I think that we have to be clear about is that as we do that, we have to continue to kind of be very discerning about the 99%, and that our entire planet and our societies are reproducing so much that is exploitative, that's heteronormative, that's patriarchal and racist, and this extractive behavior. So even as we're working together to make changes, we have to be wary of wherever we are norming old systems and old behaviors. And one of the things to say is that every moment we're living in multiple realities and pluriverses anyway, as feminists who are doing this work. So for instance, just a practical example in the Pacific, even as we are showing climate leadership, I think in all areas, we are also a region where we have some of the highest per capita rates of violence against women and LGBTQI people around the world. And we have Rosa, who will be talking about the genocide that's been happening in Papua and the lack of solidarity often that we show in certain areas in some of the last colonial territories on the planet. And we have to be really cognizant of where we're placing our energy. So there's several issues. I just wanted to summarize, because I know I'm probably going to get cut off for time, but because there's so much to say. The first one is around semiotics and meaning making, and to say that one of the things that we have to do is to kind of look at the way that we move through the world and how we make meaning, because there's so many systems that have been built over such a long period of time. And as we unpick those and unravel those, or really push and storm through those old realities, we can also become part of the problem. The ways that we move through the world become part of the problem. And those kind of discordant realities, the false solutions that we've been hearing about from many who've already spoken, mean that whatever we move is not linear. And it feels incoherent, but there's like an underlying, what I like to call, and Amelia and I have had long conversations about this in the past, is about they're fractal, they're multi-layered, and they have to go in their own way, on their own paths in many, many places. Because if we try to be too hegemonic or coordinated about it in our global frameworks, then we start to perpetrate and, you know, and do the same kind of inequalities that others have done to us and to multiple kinds of bodies around the world. So the next point is we also have to really place our energy where it's best, to break what we really have to break, to hold against some of the tides that are against us, and then to build, and to be really clear on what it is we're building. Because at the core of all of this work is, you know, we talk about scraping patriarchy, showering off it every day. You know, like every day we have to start anew and go, what has worked for us in the work we've done today and what really hasn't. And core to that is this idea of decoloniality and about the restoration of balance. And that we have to be really clear on our vision, because it has to be about liberation on all territories. And that means territories in terms of human rights in the body. That means territories in terms of land and resources and air and all of the commons across the world. And that we have to be clear on what our end goal is, which is we're saving ourselves. So we have to be humble about it and talk about our own intent, but we also have to repair damage and loss of species around us. 200 species a day that are going extinct, that will never return. And then we keep doing it. So what are the red lines where we need to move now, and on ecosystems and the entire sets of planetary systems? So being clear that the goal is liberation. It's not reform. It's not little tickling around the edges. We know where we have to be and where we have to go. So that's kind of the quick summary. And then I'll just say the choices of language and the choices of meaning making are really important, because when we say we insist on the use of things like human rights, we say that for a purpose, right? And when we say gender equality and women's human rights, we don't just mean women and empowerment in some fuzzy, loose way. When we say climate justice, we are differentiating from climate change as if it is something that is inevitable. When we talk about sovereignty, food sovereignty and food security, it is not the same as talking about agribusiness and all of those extractive systems that are about food, but they are definitely not about feminist frameworks and solutions. When we talk about degrowth economies, when we talk about care economies, unpaid work, when we're talking about decent work, we're not just talking about paid work in an employment sector. We are talking about all the kinds of unpaid care work and domestic and communal work that is done by all kinds of bodies around the world. So we have to be really clear on how we're speaking. When we're talking about economic justice, we're not just talking about green economy, blue economy, or any other kind of colored economies. We're talking about the deeper shifts that we require in order to change. When we're talking about sexual and reproductive health and rights, we have worked for decades on getting that meaning-making right. And then now we see people kind of taking the low-hanging fruit, or we will work on reproductive capacities of women or the reproductive health of women, or in this pandemic, we will concentrate on this area, menstrual hygiene or emergency contraception, but we're not willing to talk about the deeper issues of sexual justice. So we have to be really clear and acknowledge what we are talking about. Because I think the second point for me is about, there is a lot of lazy, privileged, and poor work that goes on. And I include everybody in this, that we have to be clear on the long-term issues and the way that imperialism and divisive power blocks, you know, the North and South relationships, they're not from the past, they're now. And so everything that we're doing in the Pacific right now is being countered by some of the climate policies of Australia. And Australia is not the same as New Zealand. And New Zealand is not the same as the UK and the US. So part of our work has to be around saying, we have to take a look at what are our individual relationships within our states, with our own government, but also between states. And so that's incredibly important. And the next point I wanted to make was that there are two figures that are important, and this is really uncomfortable discussion. And Osprey, just give me a wave when I've had too much time.
Really close. You're getting close.
Getting close. Okay. Just two more points. So this one I really want to say, because, you know, it's very hard for us to call upon our people who we are closest to. But I hope that people will kind of listen when we say that there are two figures that I wanted to put into place here. One is that 55% of the votes for Donald Trump in the US in 2016 and in 2020 were by white women. And we have to talk about those issues of race and how they then are carried through our systems of oppression, whether they're political, whether they're economic, whether they're ecological. Because the second part of this set of this next statistic is important. 80% of the people who are in development practice are white women. So if you have this kind of articulation of ethnicity, and we're not able to speak about that because it's deeply uncomfortable, then I think that we run the risk of hegemony, and what we were just talking about in the last panel, which is the same kinds of leadership, the same kinds of hegemonic behavior, the same kind of privileging of New York and Geneva and London and Rome and Brussels will continue to happen, and our global frameworks are not possible for change. And we require the deepest kind of change for us to be able to move as quickly as we want, because we know what we have to do. The last point I wanted to make was we have to break, we have to hold, and we have to build. So some of our work is about leaving behind many things. Some of it is about holding on to what is good and real, and in the movement work together, and from the personal right to the global. And then in terms of moving forward, our visions of what we want for the future, we have to hold to the idea of liberation on all territories in all ways. Because then we bring in LGBTQI people, then we bring in people with disabilities, then we bring in women from the smallest atoll in Chuuk, as well as from London and Rome and everywhere else. So I just really wanted to be clear that I think we are very good at the semiotics of inclusion and justice, but it is a very long step from that to the work of justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nolene, for your important comments. And I'm not sure you were on the call earlier, but we were talking about how important nuance is, that we really can't be talking in generalities. We need to talk about these nuances, as you say, for true liberation. So thank you very much for your powerful comments. And let's go ahead and hand the floor to you, Rosa. Thank you, Rosa.
Thank you, Osprey, and thank you, Nolene, for your beautiful and strong weaving that you just made, and really bring all together a strong point that I probably want to weave into your weaving as well. So my name is Rosa Moywen. I'm from West Papua. I'm a member of Makleu Anim group from Malin Anim people in Merauke, West Papua. West Papua is located in New Guinea Island. We're sharing the same land and culture with independent state of Papua New Guinea and the people of Papua New Guinea. West Papua was a former territory of the Dutch colonial, together with some islands in the archipelagos, which now called Indonesia. And during the transition of the decolonization process after the end of the Second World War in 1969, the referendum was held under the presence of the UN, but also under the pressure of from the Indonesian military. And the referendum took place only participated by 1,020 people, which is 0.01% of the total population. So this is creating a problem until today for West Papua, because West Papuans still gaining for the independence and freedom for themselves and from Indonesia, because we always found that Indonesia has occupied West Papua through unfair process. So that's a little bit background of the history. So then when I talk about conflict and impacting the people, especially women, children, and indigenous peoples in West Papua, that will make sense for you. So since the beginning, we knew that the Indonesian government only have a strong motivation to rule in West Papua territory because of its natural resources. West Papua is a very rich land with forest and also with the mining, with the minerals resources. So I just want to take this quote, our little story about an Amungme tribal chief, Tuareg Narkime, when he was leading his people in 1994. He is leading hundreds of his people and protesting against one of the biggest gold and copper mining companies in the world, called Freeport-McMoRan. And Freeport, which its subsidiary counterparts in Indonesia, they form what they call PT Freeport Indonesia, and they still until now digging all the resources from the mountain of Nemangkawi, a sacred mountain of Amungme. And I also remember how Mama Yosepa Alomang, an Amungme woman who leads many of the Amungme women to protest against this company, and they end up being captured and caught in the company put them inside the container full of human faces, but they never stop fighting even until today, when Mama Yosefa is already on his senior age, but she's still very active, raise the issue of the natural resources and how West Papuan resources being taken. So this is just one story of many of the stories faced by West Papuan indigenous people across West Papua. As I said, that the motivation of the Indonesian rule the West Papuan territory is natural resources, and since the beginning all the form of development scheme that they create for West Papua is always full of scenario to make the government easier to invite more investment, bigger investors to come and digging the natural resources. Either it's on the top of the land or soils, and also inside the land, inside the soil. So, as I said, any form of development such as infrastructure, planned infrastructure development, but also agriculture projects such as oil palm plantation, rice or food project, that's not for the benefit of the indigenous West Papuan people, but it's more on the benefit of the bigger investment. And everything is always under the name of development. So sometimes people think that we should accept the development, but we also have to question the development that practiced by the state that rule our territory. I also want to acknowledge some of my colleagues here from Perempuan Aman, Mbak Devi Anggreni. She's one of the women's leaders from Aman, indigenous masyarakat adat or indigenous organizations in Indonesia, who always work together with the West Papuan indigenous people or indigenous women to also raise the awareness of this issue. So West Papua is like in the middle or in the center of two sides. One is to the Pacific, but also to connect to the Asia and Indonesia. So that's why I'm very glad that I have Nolin here already weaving us into her talk, and also I believe Devi also in her mind and hearts always bring West Papua into her conversation. And I want to acknowledge that, because the struggle of West Papuan people right now, we can't do it by ourselves. We need solidarity from all of you, and I know that we need to build the solidarity with the Indonesian women, especially some indigenous women in Indonesian islands who are also fighting the same issue, the same actors. And I think that's our common enemy, is to change all of this form of repression. And also from the regional part, we need more solidarity to bring West Papua also as a part of your struggle. So right now the situation, and because of the conflict of natural resources, and Indonesia used military force occupied some of the region and territory which is very rich on mineral resources. Then they use the military troops. They attack people. Because of the conflict, people have to seek a refuge. So now we have more than 10,000 internal displaced persons in the region. Even we can't really get the exact numbers of how many IDPs right now because of the access is very limited. So people live under the very bad condition because they have to walk, run away from their villages, and we can't really control what happened because the access is very limited, but also there is no attention or intention from the government or even international humanitarian organizations to look at this conflict and the impact of the conflict. We can understand that the government's trying to put this conflict as a social conflict and not as a political conflict or any other form of conflict, and they said it's because it's internal or it's the issue of national issue. So then I think the access to get support from outside, especially from international or regional organization, is quite limited. So right now, what we call is to get more support or to get more solidarity to push the government of Indonesia to open access for any international humanitarian organizations, but also to invite the UN Human Rights High Commissioner to visit, because the High Commissioners already sent the request for visit, and Indonesian government always said that we are very open, but until now they use the COVID-19 as an excuse to allow access for any international or even the media to come and witness what happened on the ground. And in terms of our regional push also, we want to have more independence investigation or more independent team to come and visit and see the situation, experience their situation in West Papua, to see how women and children have to survive and men have to fight against this military operation. So I just want to use this moment just to invite for the solidarity and calling for the solidarity. Of course, we need more solidarity from the feminist network, because sometimes we feel like we fight alone, and even though we still have more things to do looking at other aspects of our struggle, but I think solidarity is very important. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosa, for your work. And we've been putting information about your call to action in the chat so people can respond to your call. And I know many people don't know about what's happening in your region, and it's really important to have your voice here. So thank you for that. And just to acknowledge the hardship on the ground, you know, real people and real lives at stake. And thank you for your time. And I'd like to hand the floor over, please, to Sasha.
Hi, Osprey. Hi, Rose. Hi, Noeline. I'm so honored to be part of this session. I hope you can hear me well.
We hear you well, yes.
Okay, and I'm sitting behind plants, but I'm sure you can, I'll take them away. So I'm Sasha, and I really want to thank Rose for her intervention. I'm from the Netherlands, and I want to come back to the historic responsibilities of countries like mine in having, of course, a huge historic responsibility for climate change, which was also really based on the extractive industries with which Rose has just explained to us is still struggling very much in her region. So we want to support the solidarity, feminist solidarity work so that we can support the West Papuan feminist against extractive industries. Of course, we really, Osprey asked me to make the link to the COP26 and to the climate negotiations. And one of the issues is about loss and damage and about historic responsibilities for, you know, populations, indigenous populations in Indonesia, across the world, which have had no contribution to climate change, but which are the ones which are suffering most from the extractive industries, from the rising sea levels. And really it's about life and death situations. We know that in Madagascar, for example, at the moment, we have a famine, which is for the first time really proven to be linked to climate change. And it would be like, you know, someone burning down your farm, which is your livelihood. Then you would tell them, well, you know, why did you burn down my farm? You have to pay for the loss and damage. And that's what we are asking, of course, from my country and all the countries which have this historic responsibility for climate change. And we have had, since 2009, which is already 12 years ago, the promise to provide climate funding support, 100 billion a year, which it has never been reached so far. And we know that we are in a climate emergency. We have only a few years left. And we have, therefore, one of the issues at the COP is also about climate justice and about making sure that the climate finance needs to be there, but it needs to be there not to invest more in false solutions, in large infrastructure projects, but it should go there where it's most needed, which is, first of all, to those suffering most from loss and damage and which immediately need support for survival. And of course, we need to immediately divest and promote and support all the actions which ensure that our governments no longer put public funds in starting new oil drills. I mean, we're starting it, you know, we're giving public support to export credits to start new oil fields in the, you know, in front of Suriname, with Total from France. And we have, you know, a real obligation to push our governments at this COP that we can no longer at this moment support these type of government support for further extractives, further fossil fuels, further fracking, but also nuclear. And that will have to be the fight of the feminist, even though we have called not to attend the COP, because we say that this COP cannot be a fair COP. We have always, as the Feminist Women and Gender Constituency and all the colleagues, try to make sure that we can bring as many of the partners from the Global South to the COPs to be part of the negotiations. But this year it will be a very unfair COP. It will be impossible. So we have supported the call to postpone the COP. It doesn't look like this will happen at the moment. But we have to do everything we can to make sure that the voices of our sisters, such as Rose, will be heard. And also we really need to push that if there is indeed funding being made available, that indeed it goes to the feminist and the women's organizations at the local level for their fights, for their struggles, to oppose and to resist, but also to, you know, support the solutions which are based on their indigenous knowledge. We have had, you know, we've seen many fantastic examples of these solutions, women-led, feminist-led solutions, which we say, well, these are the types of investments which needs to be made, and this should be unconditional funding. It should be grant funding. It should not be, you know, based on loans which have to be paid back. So this is one of the main struggles we will be addressing at the COP, at the upcoming COP. It's not new, but we continue to fight for this, and we can make step-by-step, you know, influences. We have had some countries where the feminists have been really active, and where, for example, the national climate plans, the NDCs, are now trying to really be taken into account the priorities of the feminist organizations, including for finance. In Nigeria, for example, our partner organization, Women Environmental Program, got the federal government to adopt a gender action plan for the national climate policies. So we see it's a very long and hard struggle, but we have to continue. And one of the ways to do this struggle is indeed by using the framework which is provided to us by the global Paris Agreement and climate negotiations. And yeah, that's all. I'm sure that Bridget will be able to tell us more about this as well. And I'm happy to take any questions and comments from the participants. And back to you, Osprey. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Sasha, for your really important work. We've put into the chat information about WECF. Sasha also has been leading in the Women's Major Group at the United Nations and has just been doing this work for a very, very long time and really dedicated to women around the world and gender diverse communities. So thank you very much for your work and comments, Sasha. And now we're going to go to hear from Dipti. Please, Dipti, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Hello, beautiful sisters. It's really amazing to be a part of this panel. Thank you for having me. I'm here with Friends of the Earth International and Justiça Ambiental here in the beautiful southern Mozambique. So we talk about climate justice. This is a Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, incredibly powerful. And climate justice reminds us, the word justice in that term reminds us that that climate change is so inherently unjust because it impacts most those who did the least to create the crisis. And that is why we need to fight for climate justice. And that is why we need to fight for what Sasha just talked about, which is historical responsibility, and for those who created the crisis to do their fair share of emissions reductions and to repay the climate and ecological debt that is owed from the global north to the global south. And anyone who talks about climate justice, friends, all of our words, all of our terms are going to be co-opted. Norlene talked so beautifully about that, the nuance and the putting the meaning behind the words. All of our terms are going to be co-opted, but we need to know what is the content behind that. And don't let anyone tell you that they're working for climate justice if they're opposing equity and fair shares and historical responsibility and asking the global north that created the crisis to do their part to address the crisis. Don't let anyone tell you that they're climate justice if they do not talk about historical responsibility. That is a really important point. And it is being dismantled in the climate negotiations, but we need to do whatever we can to continue to hold on to it, to continue to demand it, because it's absolutely critical. Because this crisis isn't just about the climate crisis, right? Our communities are facing so many crises across the planet. I'm blown away by hearing from you, Rosa, about the anti-colonial struggle that you're still facing from Palestine to Papua. We really need to decolonize our struggles. And I'm really so grateful to share the stage with so many of you today. Inequality is one of the other crises that we really need to be talking about. And it's so intrinsically linked to the climate crisis because we have data that the richest 5% of people on this planet have produced 37% of carbon emissions from 1990 to 2015. So it's very clear who is creating the climate crisis, and we need to be able to dismantle inequality to be able to address the climate crisis. We have to deal with all of the interrelated crises, the energy crisis, the inequality crisis, the biodiversity crisis, and of course, the health crisis, the pandemic that all of our bodies and our communities are facing. And the reason why we're looking at each other through these cameras and these screens. The energy crisis is really critical to target because we need to end fossil fuels and we need to challenge the logic of the dirty energy system. This isn't about, we need to support the battles of communities fighting against dirty energy in their backyards, but we need to link up those struggles and we need to challenge the logic of the entire industry, and we need to be able to systematically push that back. Because we need to support a just and feminist transition. This isn't just about a transformation of the energy source. It's about a transformation of the energy system. bringing in the values of energy sufficiency so that everyone has enough and no one has too much. Energy democracy, who owns the renewable energy systems that are going to be a part of our future? Is it going to be a big corporation, or is it going to be community-led? Is it going to be women-led? Is it going to be led by the people who are going to use that energy? That is really, really critical. We must reject smoke screens like net zero carbon markets and geoengineering. We've heard Nolene already talk about and share a beautiful link in the chat about the false solutions. This is absolutely critical. This is the other thing about the term climate justice. Don't let anybody fool you if they're using the term climate justice and they're not opposing the false solutions. I don't buy that story, because the false solutions are allowing the polluters to continue polluting. It's a smokescreen. It's an escape hatch for them to continue polluting. And at the same time, they want the lands of our peoples in the global south, because that's the blank screen on which they're going to grow their eucalyptus trees to supposedly suck the carbon magically out of the atmosphere. It's not going to work. The climate crisis is getting worse in spite of these false solutions, carbon markets being on the table already for decades. It's not going to work, and we need to say no to that. And we need to be able to challenge the polluters who are really pushing this. So we've released a few publications recently which are directly about the net zero issue and how we can understand and target that. And I'll put the links in the chat: Chasing Carbon Unicorns and The Big Con, where we look at the transnational corporations. There are 1,500 companies that have come out with their net zero pledges, and they're all absolutely rubbish, because of course it is just meant to be a smokescreen. It is not meant to actually reduce emissions. It is meant to push carbon colonialism forward and grab lands and resources of communities in the global south who are using those lands to keep their communities alive. That is why we really need to fight against false solutions. At the same time, we need to worry about climate finance. So it's really interesting. The UK government, and of course, Sasha just talked about COP26 and the really urgent need to postpone it, because people like us who are in red list countries are going to find it really difficult. There are really difficult visa issues that people are facing. So we definitely, as Friends of the Earth, stand behind the demand for postponement. And the task force on scaling up voluntary carbon markets is something that the UK government has been pushing for a while now. And it's all about this net zero pledges. And they're talking about the 100 billion, this can produce $100 billion worth of carbon offsets. And 100 billion is the number that they had talked about years and years ago in 2009, the climate finance, which is needed to give to the global south. That has not happened, and they're conveniently using the same number. It's just so striking that they use the same number for the false solutions, and we really need to push back on that, and we need to demand the climate finance, and we need to demand the repayment of the climate debt, because what is happening in our countries, in the absence of climate finance, our governments, as complicit as they are, and we need to do our bit in holding our governments accountable, but they're not having any options for where is the finance going to come for the transformation to happen in our countries. And that is why they're being attracted to these false solutions, because there's some money coming for carbon offsets and for carbon markets, and they're taking it. They're not blameless either. We will hold them accountable, but it is also because the climate finance has completely dried up, and that is a problem. So going back to the
Can we get some technical support for Dipti, or have we lost her?
It looks like we might have lost her, and we can work on getting her back.
Okay, I'm sorry, everyone. There's some technical issue. We will bring Dipti back. She was on a good roll. And we have put links into the chat about a lot of the reports that she has discussed around false solutions. So please keep checking those out. I do see in the chat people having a difficult time copying and pasting those. So don't worry, anyone who has signed up in the Zoom, those links will all be shared with you. So not to worry if you can't grab them right now. We will send you a follow-up from this entire 6-day event with the links. So make sure that you'll know that you will get those. I will try to get Dipti back. In the meantime, please let me introduce Bridget Burns. Bridget, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Osprey. And yes, I do hope we can get my good friend Dipti back, because I was feeling so passionate following along with where they were going. And I just wanted to first introduce myself. My name is Bridget Burns. I'm the director of the Women's Environment and Development Organization, and I'm calling in today from the unceded land of the Lenape people, and really, really grateful to be here. I wanted to take a moment, as I think all of us have been experiencing in this moment of virtual organizing, just how taxing this kind of gathering is, and how often we are so fortunate to be in community together, but we aren't getting that sense of community together that we would necessarily get being present in a space. And I just wanted to honor the work that I'm sure the WECAN team and everyone who's on this has put into what is just the start of a 6-day gathering. So I wish you a lot of care and energy as you take us through these next few days, because I know certainly I think we will get a lot of energy from being in community in this way together, because I think that these spaces that show the breadth of work happening at the intersection of gender equality, human rights, climate justice, and it's really the work of feminist epistemologies that has been for decades extremely clear on the inextricable links between colonialism, white supremacy, capitalism, patriarchy, and they've together created an ecosystem of responses to try to dismantle these isms through research, collecting data, doing the work of trying to enter into what we know are not feminist policy spaces, and seeing how we can rebuild and transform those spaces. And so in thinking about these global feminist frameworks that we've been talking about, that all of the amazing presenters before me were sharing on, I wanted to focus a little bit on how we've tried and where the challenges have been in bringing some of those frameworks into, again, these very technocratic, unfeminist policy spaces, such as the COP, which has been mentioned. I also wanted to mention a process that we do, and DIVA and WCF, and probably many others on this call were very much engaged in over the last year and a half, which was the Generation Equality Forum process, which was set to be the moment where we thought about 25 years of work to try to implement the Beijing Platform for Action, which is supposed to be the foundational document, international global policy document around women's rights and gender equality. And I think in doing so and approaching that work, we all were, as feminists, in our important feminist skepticism, concerned that, you know, how do we make this a deliberately systemic and distinctly feminist space? We know that, like most multilateral processes now, we are moving and continually shifting away from models that would perhaps put very clear measures in place that had compliance and accountability towards a global system that's focused on voluntary actions, commitments, and incentives. And so, you know, following that model, this idea was Generation Equality Forum is a space where multi-stakeholder groups, governments, private sector, civil society can make commitments to action. One of those action coalitions is the Feminist Action for Climate Justice. And we felt really strongly that we needed to put forward a blueprint and an action agenda that was going to reflect the feminist analysis and the systemic needs of what our analysis of climate justice is. We also knew that it would be difficult to do. And so, you know, if you look at that, the feminist blueprint for climate justice, you'll see we have a really strong analysis of needing to divest from harm to be able to actually invest in care. And we launched with partners who were in a different action coalition focused on economic justice, a blueprint for feminist economic justice that's centered on the health of people and planet. Because our understanding was what we might get and what we did get are governments and private sector and even philanthropy making commitments in terms of amounts of money that would be invested in gender equality. And while that is welcome in certain sense, we know that true climate justice requires systemic change across our economic systems. And so feminist action on climate justice means tax justice, it means trade justice, it means debt sovereignty, it means a real shift of public and private capital away from harm, including systems of militarism, extractivism, and the carceral state, to be able to invest in those systems of care. So we are not standing by excited or happy with just a commitment, for example, from a government to make an investment in what they have quoted, deemed gender equality or even climate action. We want to understand how they're shifting and changing their approaches to global foreign policy, to economic policy, so that they're actually treating systems of oppressions at their roots, that they are working towards the redistribution of care and support through things like climate finance, which both Dipti and Sasha touched upon, but also that they're not, on the one hand, making announcements about what they're investing in climate finance, while on the other hand, they're making large-scale multilateral trade deals to reinvest in an arms race, for example. That's incompatible with feminist analysis for climate justice, and it's incompatible with what we really need in terms of systems change to achieve the just world that we're looking for. And I think when it comes to a space like COP26, which again, we as feminists go into that space knowing it is not at all a feminist space, and the statement that many people have referred to, which the Women and Gender constituency put out just a few weeks ago, we as feminists are well versed in fighting interlocking forms of oppression. We know the same systems which currently have us considering a global climate conference in the midst of a global pandemic, one where, as Nima so rightly shared, that has allowed a vaccine apartheid to exist and it's the same system that allows those who are least responsible for climate to be facing the first and worst impacts. And these spaces always ask us to silo issues. Human rights, militarism, environmentalism, gender equality, each have their own decision-making spaces. And we go into these spaces refusing to make those distinctions, but refusing to not bring a systematic feminist approach and a feminist lens to what it means to create gender just climate policy. And so while people come expecting us to just want the word women or gender to be included in the negotiation process, what we are doing is fighting issues like net zero. We're fighting against false solutions. We're fighting for just climate finance, which is nowhere near what it needs to be. And we're making that very clear case about what kind of structure is needed in order to actually ensure that action on climate and environment is working, particularly for women and girls and gender diverse peoples around the world. And I would just close by saying, I think all of this is critically important in all of this work, and a part of our critical importance of this work is doing the work of radical reimagining. And so we have tried to make space as we work in global collective to build ecosystems of power, to understand what's happening in these multilateral spaces. How do we fight false solutions? We also feel it's critically important to be using that space to put forward what our solutions are. And whether that is, showcasing what a feminist response to COVID-19 would look like, or creating spaces for young feminists, young grassroots feminists, indigenous feminists, to showcase what their solutions are, and to create through art and through storytelling, through testimony, and through building community together, why we should be investing in these alternatives. And so I think between all of those pieces, those are the ways we are trying to bring these global frameworks into global policy spaces. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Bridget, for your good words and the incredible work we do in so many of these international policy spaces, and the incredible leadership that you have shown. Really appreciate that, Bridget, so much. And I know we don't have a lot of time. I'm looking for questions in the chat if people want to offer some questions to this amazing group of panelists. And also just to say that, you know, it's very important. Many of us who are on this particular panel are very engaged in different global arenas and policy spaces like the UNFCCC, but also others. And we go to these spaces of struggle. We bring our struggle there. They are spaces of struggle, or the struggles on the ground in frontline communities, Indigenous communities, and Black and Brown communities. And these are spaces of struggle where the fight is going on. And it's equally important, as Bridget pointed out, you know, that we also have spaces of healing, spaces of imagination, spaces where we are on our own doing exactly what we need to be doing, which is one of the reasons we wanted to have this global assembly, so that we are not interfered with, where we can hear from all of you, hear from those of you who are listening in, hear from the leaders who are on the panelists, because we must know where we're going. Where are we at? Where do we stand on the ground with what we know to be true, so that we can fight for that, because we're often interrupted, undervalued, underpaid, not listened to. And we have to have spaces where we define our movement on our own terms. So I thank you all for that, because we have to have our own ground, because we cannot keep being in the polluted waters. We need the clean waters of our voices. So I'm looking for, I'm looking in the chat. We have questions. I'm just going to read some of them, and then why don't we go do one round, and all of you have a chance for, like, I'm sorry to say again, apologize for these terrible time limits. Just take a minute for a closing comment from each of you. Some people are asking, what can simple folk do to help? What can we do to get involved? You know, just maybe closing out with some ideas for people about steps and entry points for the wonderful, powerful interventions you've all had. And let's go ahead and go and give each of you a chance for a closing remark, starting with Nolene, and then going to Rosa, Sasha, and Dipti, and Bridget. And I, again, apologize for the time limits and appreciate all of you so much. Let's go ahead and give you a few minutes each for closing comments. Thank you, Nolene.
Hi, in terms of what we can all do, I think one of the things is being really kind of deliberate in the way that we do our own meaning making. Like if we talk about, you know, I don't know, thank you, Julie, for your question and comment. To me, we're all trying to work out what we can do more about. I started as an activist at 16, and I'm now 53 years old. So, you know, I don't really think about things in terms of simple or non-simple. I just think that it's really tough work. We have a saying in Diva that, you know, we're not knitting socks. This is really tough work. And that means that if we're doing that, then yes, we have to keep ourselves kind of on track. We have to do the work of auto-critiquing ourselves and where we place our energy. I mean, one of the things I wanted to say was, I think one of the good decisions we made 10 years ago when we started Diverse Voices in Action for Equality, which really is a grassroots-led, constituency-based organization and network in the Pacific. So, you know, it's not like we're a big, huge UN agency. We're small, but we try to kind of keep our work kind of focused and fierce. And one of the things that we did very early was kind of focus on our internal logic, is make sure that we know why we're doing the work and what we're working on, so that it's easier to say the no's when we have to. Because one of the things that can happen is we get really caught in white noise. And so when we're doing this work of being really kind of able to use the existing resources, whatever it is that we have. I mean, I'm not thinking of resources in a capitalist way. I'm thinking about it just our bodies and our minds. And when we're dealing with issues, I really think it's very, very important to have the internal meaning making right. And then also to be really clear about every kind of system that's out there, including all of these technical experts and everyone else, they come within their own systems of meaning making. And there's a lot about what they say and do that maybe we don't have, we're not in agreement with. Our politics has to be really clear, because then you feel safer as you're making your way through the years and doing all these sets of work. Where do I place my energy? What if someone is holding all of the meetings at a time zone that's not right for me? What if I said yes to being a co-lead on a feminist coalition in 2019 before the pandemic hit? At what point do I step out and step back? What is somebody else's work and not my work? I don't have to be everywhere. Is someone putting pressure on me because it is about them and branding? Or is this a genuine collaboration? When are we an ally and when are we an accomplice with somebody else? And there is a difference. The accomplice is the one who walks through fire with you. And so you have to know who that small group of compañeras are. And you have to be clear that there are wider circles as well. And that's also okay. To know who is your closest set of people who you work with and to know your broader, that is okay. It is a political decision that you have to make every day. And the last thing that I would say is that really, let's be real. Am I going to spend my resources and my energy on a report that will sit on a shelf? Am I going to go into an endless number of Zoom meetings, or am I going to help to mobilize with my own community, myself working out how I'm going to be here 20, 30, 50 years from now? Because our food systems and our water systems are under threat right now. We're in a region that is at the climate front line. If we ask, what do we do in our own context, be real about what that answer is. If you are living in the US right now, your goal has to be, in amongst all the rest, has to be holding your government to account for its imperial tactics around the world. The number of coups that the US has been involved in, what Australia is doing with its coal and fossil fuels right now, how you are dealing with people in the economic south. I've had people who have broken sets of work because they are not willing to look at us with equality and equity and justice in their own eyes as part of a movement. So for me, it's about being able to talk about the things that really are the things that will decide whether or not we will survive and thrive. I'm really not interested in branding or commodification or marketization, because those come from those bad old boys. They come from the heteropatriarchy and from neoliberal late capitalism. And we need to decolonize ourselves from all of that. So power to all. And it's been a brilliant, brilliant session. And I'm really looking forward to the coming days. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Noeline, for your beautiful wisdom, brilliant voice, and bringing, as you should, discomfort and challenge. It's great. Thank you. And now we'll go to Rosa.
Thank you, Osprey. I think Noeline pointing out very strong. It's if you want to do something, do it from something that's very close to you. What is the meaning of that action? What you want to achieve for your future? And I think that's the good start point, because when I call for the solidarity, I can't get you to solidar with me if you don't have something that you also struggle for. And I think that's the connection. We need to find the dots of the connection in order to make the solidarity is more meaningful, because we should start from ourselves and then we solidar with other people, because as we know that the world is connected to each other, this capitalism, this militarization is all connected. And as a grassroots people, we also need to connect to each other and find that connection. And I think we can start, as Noeline also pointing out, is start from your own ground. Your government make the policies about everything, about investment, about their militarism, anything that related to the climate change. I think that's the starting point you can start. And I think for West Papua issue, I think it's really connected to the big player like the US, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, UK, and all these big countries have interest in West Papua. So if you want to support West Papua, start from your own ground. Question and challenge your government about where the tax money is spending for, because many of the tax money that coming from your tax, it goes to the investment. It goes to support the militarizing police and send the troops and trainings for the military troops in other countries. So I think that's kind of things that you can do. For example, Germany, UK, US, and Australia training police and military in Indonesia at the training centers. And what happened after the training? They went to West Papua and used all the knowledge and skills to kill people. I think this is one of the good example. If you want to support, you can do something from questioning your government, because what happened in the world is related one another, and they have all interest to every countries that they think it's rich of natural resources, rich of any other resources they want to have. So yes, do it something from your ground, and I know that solidarity will be growing up. Thanks.
Thank you, Rosa, and also Nolene and Rosa for pointing out the responsibility for those of us in the wealthy countries that are responsible for our outsized, inappropriate, dangerous, and harmful actions. And I think it's very key that you have pointed that out. And I'd like to hand the floor to Sasha, please.
Yes, thanks, Rosa. Thanks, Nolene, for your super powerful words. And indeed, I think the big thing we need to do as women like myself, who are based in the global north and who are responsible for so much of the destruction in your countries, is that we indeed do what we can to really try to stop these policies that give subsidies, like export subsidies to investors in your region for, for the extractive industries in Papua New Guinea, in Africa and Latin America. Of course, we're trying to lobby for that at the European Union level. For example, will there be an extension of the moratorium on palm oil? Will there be a trade legislation which will try to have commodities which are free of deforestation, which is a huge topic, of course, because then you indeed look at how our soy and meat and palm oil produced, and it needs to be indeed part of the political discussions in our regions, that we have human rights based policies which will make sure that we no longer have in our countries funds going to investments and support and subsidies that are destroying the livelihoods of indigenous peoples and women and communities around the world, and which are furthering climate change. And so I think that's one of the struggles we are working on indeed. And it's very difficult because there's a lot of false solutions being promoted with lots of money behind them, and money also flowing from one type of product to the next. You go from petrol, and then suddenly the petrol industry is promoting lots of plastics, which are also based in oil production. And so we have to do these struggles on all levels. But these are, of course, one of the areas where we try to have an influence as feminist organizations to do the advocacy which is needed to try and change these type of trade laws and environmental laws, so that indeed we can support the struggles of our sisters in the global south. And I think there's a lot we can do also ourselves in our communities, and even knitting socks is very important. So we have to really link the very local to the global struggles. And I know that we have been extremely powerful. I must say, I'm very extremely proud of the struggles of the feminists in the climate area. I think we really have been able to impact the negotiations, and therefore, even though we see that the situation is extremely difficult, we should not give up, and we should continue to support the work of our sisters in the Global South. And Rosa, I would be really happy to see what we can do also for your work in West Papua from our organizations here in Europe. What is there we can do? How can we help you with advocacy work? So I'll be very happy to be in contact with you and with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sasha, for all of your work. And one of the things we are hoping to happen, which is happening, and Sasha beautifully demonstrated it, is Catherine, if you could put the conversation space link into the chat, that would be great, because people are already networking and helping each other through the chat, but also they can be in discussion with each other, because we would like everyone to keep collaborating and helping as feminists do. We work together and we collaborate. So thank you for that. And I'd like to give the floor to Dipti. I think she is back online with us for her short closing comment.
Hi, sorry about that. I'm in rural Mozambique, so the internet is what it is. But the question is a really beautiful one. What can everyday people do to work on the goal of liberation, as Noeline very beautifully said? In the Global North, I would completely agree with those who've spoken before me. We need our Global North colleagues to hold your governments accountable for the colonialism that's still going on today, for the historical responsibility, for climate change, as well as for consumption. We really need to be talking about inequality and the consumption levels, and we need to be talking about sufficiency instead, right? Enough for everybody to have a dignified life, and you really don't need more than that if we bring a value system of valuing humanity and life and our interconnections instead of things. And in the Global South, all of us, we need to remember our anti-colonial struggles. We need to remember Samora Machel of Mozambique and Cabral, and we need to really reclaim our countries, because we had these amazing anti-colonial struggles in India, where I was born, here, all over this continent of Africa, and they have disappeared. And we need to take our states back from these so-called leaders. We need to be doing that work, and we need to be challenging our Southern elites as well. And we need to be challenging the TNCs. And we need to be having these cross conversations. Today is Bell Hooks' birthday, and she said, we do not have single issue struggles. Noeline's dancing with me, because we do not lead single issue lives, and all of our struggles are really so connected. I'd never heard someone from West Papua speak before, but I'm so amazed to be on this panel with you, Rosa. So I think we need to be linking our struggles if we really want the goal of liberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipti. Okay, you got my tears rolling. You got me going. Okay, I hand the floor to you, Bridget Burns, for the closing comment for this really awesome panel. Thank you.
Well, I'll take it that closing is a collective action that has happened, because there's been so much beauty and truth that has been shared. And I thank you, Noeline and Rosa and Sasha and Dipti, especially for, posing a real challenge to what solidarity really looks like. And I'll just echo what everyone has said before. I think particularly as someone based in the Global North, one of the things that has been so important, for example, when we started working on feminist collective advocacy in the United States through the conversation of a Green New Deal, was that we as feminists said, what a feminist Green New Deal for the United States understands that there's no such thing as domestic climate policy, that we need to be challenging extractivism, challenging militarism, that we need to understand how all of our investments in, particularly imperial investments in militarism and the carceral state, are having an impact on our abilities to challenge these systems and create social protection in countries around the world. And so, as a feminist who is engaged in climate activism, that means that I'm paying attention to what's happening in my community. It means I'm paying attention to what's happening at a local level and trying to get engaged in my local food systems, in my local transport systems. But it also means I'm paying attention when the US announced a trilateral agreement with Australia and the UK to invest in nuclear submarines for, their strategic interests in the Indo-Pacific region. It's questioning what that means, who that harms, and understanding and making links to my colleagues on this call today from West Papua, from Fiji, and from other areas in the Pacific. It's understanding when the Biden administration says that they're going to double their commitment to climate finance, that even that doubling is nowhere near the fair share that the US should be putting forward in terms of its historical responsibilities. It's working with other allies to actually identify what would be a US fair share, what could that look like? And then it's making links to where that $11.4 billion that's been promised pales in comparison to our global military spending, pales even in comparison to the $16 billion that we spend on border protection, which, if anybody following the news can see that that's just being used as, to forward our racist settler colonial state that we have started from the beginning. So I think by making those connections, we can ensure that we are trying to live in that solidarity that's being called of us. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Bridget, and all of you for pointing this out. And I just wanted to do a shout out because I think it's really important that here in the United States, I know many of us, certainly at WECAN, are working closely with our Indigenous allies, who are, like as an example right now, from Standing Rock to Line 3 pipeline, where in our own country we're facing the same issues of colonization, disrespect for Indigenous peoples. We have had, we have seen along Line 3, a tar sands pipeline project, peaceful water protectors being shot at with rubber bullets, have been harmed. They have been tortured for standing up for their lands and territories. So, this is the deep work, as you have said, all of you, of decolonization, stopping this military complex. We need feminist values. We need feminist principles and frameworks to really disrupt and dismantle patriarchy, racism, colonization, capitalism. I know we say these words and they can sound very broad, but the reality is we are in the major transformation or we're not going to live. And there will be inequities and horrible injustices that will continue as the climate crisis, the pandemic crisis, economic crises continue. So we have to stop these systems and build the world that we want. And that's what we're all really committed to. And I thank you all for your powerful words. The links are in the chat to follow more with people. I know I could be here with all of you, amazing colleagues. I could listen to you and learn from you all day long. We do need to end the session, but I do encourage people to know that we will be following up with links from these sessions so that everyone can stay connected. There has been a chat room set open that Catherine is putting the link to, so everyone can continue to be in communication. And on we go. The fight goes on. Solidarity to all of you. Thank you for your time, and we're going to move to our final panel. Thank you, everyone. Be well, stay safe. So thank you to that amazing day that we've had so far. And we have one final session. We're going to be moving to the last session of the day, which is a conversation with Dr. Jane Goodall. And then we'll have some closing comments after. I know we've run a little bit late, but it's all been really worth it. Thank you for being with us, to all the participants who are with us and on this journey with us of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice. Ashley, if you would please go ahead. Thank you. There's no sound. If you could start it again with sound, thank you. Having a little technical error. Jane Goodall to the I'm so honored to welcome Dr. Jane Goodall to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Solutions from the Frontlines and the Protection and Defense of Human Rights and Nature. As many of you know, Dr. Jane Goodall is the world's leading primatologist, best known for her research, which transformed our understanding of chimpanzees and really redefined the relationship between humans and animals in ways that continue to emanate around the world. She's also the co-founder of Roots and Shoots, a program that works with young people in 100 countries to foster the informed generation of conservation leaders our world so urgently needs at this time. And she's also a global voice for the earth, emphasizing the interconnectedness of all living things and also the collective power of individual action. And we've also invited to join us in this session to help with interview questions, my dear friend and beloved colleague, Helena Gwalinga from WECAN's Indigenous Young Women's Leader Program. And Helena, maybe you just want to say a few things about yourself before we get started with the interview.
Sure. Thank you, Osprey. And it's really nice to meet you, Dr. Goodall. My name is Elena Walinga. I'm 19 years old. I come from a community called Sarayaku in the Ecuadorian rainforest. For as long as I can remember, we've been fighting against oil companies and extractive industries, which has led to me getting engaged in advocacy work for the protection of the Amazon rainforest.
I'm really glad you could be here, Helena, and bring that voice with you from the forest and from your people. Thank you. So jumping right in here, we're meeting with leaders all over the world and advocates and many different groups of people who are so interested and keen to participate in this really epic moment in human history, between fires, droughts, flooding, species extinctions, and we know the list could go on. We know we're in a climate and biodiversity crisis right now. And we'd really like to ask you, what can you share with our networks and movements about how best to navigate this moment, especially as governments prepare for COP26, and of course beyond. As an example, we need to move out of an extractive economic model into one of reciprocity and respect for each other and Mother Earth. What are the most important paths forward in changing our current very perilous trajectory?
Well, the problem is that everything is interconnected. So it's all of these different problems that you've mentioned, plus don't forget the pandemic. They're all interrelated. So picking one area that we should focus on is almost impossible. But luckily, around the globe, there are people focusing on different aspects of the crisis that we now find ourselves in. And of course, as everyone listening, I'm sure knows, we brought these crises on ourselves by our absolute disrespect of the natural world and our disrespect of animals. And it's quite clear now that this crisis, if we don't address it and tackle it head on, is going to be leaving a very, very battered environment for future generations. And that we could very easily slide into a downward trajectory when no matter what we do, climate change will go on, the planet will continue warming, sea levels rising, ice melting, forests going up in flames. The same disrespect of nature and animals has led to the pandemic, because we go deeper and deeper into their habitats. We hunt them, we traffic them around the world. They take with them their pathogens like viruses, because they're sold in unhygienic conditions in wildlife markets. And we also crowd billions of animals into our factory farms, which is not only horribly cruel, but unbelievably damaging to the environment. It's huge areas are destroyed in order to grow grain. Fossil fuel is used to get the grain to the animals and the animals to slaughter and the meat to the table. And water, so scarce in some countries, lots of water used to transform vegetable into animal protein. And then all these billions of animals produce methane gas, one of the very virulent greenhouse gases. And of course, the fossil fuel is, our use of it is creating this huge amount of CO2 into the atmosphere. And as we destroy forests, so there's less forest to absorb carbon dioxide. As we burn them, masses of carbon dioxide is released into the atmosphere. Oceans are now they've absorbed so much CO2 that you get huge areas where life can no longer exist and fish are dying. And this is compounded by all the toxic waste that pours into the ocean from our rivers. So it's a grim situation. And, you know, the main things I think we have to do is we have to change attitudes. We must come out of this pandemic and confront climate change and biodiversity loss, and somehow establish a new relationship with the natural world and with animals, and somehow create a more sustainable, greener economy. Because all this has arisen because of the absurd notion that we can have unlimited economic development on a planet with finite natural resources and growing human populations. And also because you know, it seems to so many governments and businesses that annual growth rate of annual growth rate is more important. Yes, that's right. Sorry, the head is too full of letters. That's more important than preserving the environment for future generations. And that's not going to be easy to change attitudes, but consumer pressure is really important, and businesses are changing because people are deciding that they won't buy products that are unethically made, that are cheap because of unfair wages, or have destroyed the environment or been cruel to animals. And young people, that's why I work so hard on our youth program, Roots and Shoots, and we've discovered a whole group very active in Ecuador just this morning, funnily enough. So, you know, all of these things have to be tackled, and young people, their voices are being heard. It's their future, and they're learning about it because the news is full of it. You cannot avoid hearing about what we're doing to our planet, the climate change, increasing the loss of biodiversity, and we depend on healthy ecosystems. And a healthy ecosystem is made up of all this beautiful tapestry of life, the plants and animals that form it. And as each species disappears, it's as though a thread is pulled from that tapestry till in the end it hangs in tatters. The ecosystem will collapse. So we just have to tackle some of these really important issues, like industrial farming of animals and destroying the soil with chemical pesticides and fertilizers. And you know, we have to move on to clean green energy. And I could go on and on and on. We know what we have to do. Do we have the will to do it?
Very well said. I mean, that's, you know, what we're really looking at in our networks is that we really see so many communities having solutions, and that we're not really having a solutions problem, but that we have to really intervene with governments and corporations and financial institutions to stop the harm, so that this beautiful plethora of solutions that communities have can flourish. So thank you for your good words. And I'd like to hand the floor over to Helena. And I know that you had a question also for Dr. Jane Goodall.
Thank you. So I come from one of the most important places when it comes to mitigating climate change, both because we actually have oil under our lands that should be kept under the ground, but also because of the Amazon rainforest absorbing all the carbon dioxide. and because of the people that are fighting against climate change and fighting against the fossil fuel industry that is causing so much harm to this planet. So my question would be, why the people, the indigenous people that live on these lands, why is it actually so important? Why is the work of indigenous people so important? And what can we do to protect this work as well, to make sure that this work is continued?
Well, I think the work of the indigenous people and the words of the indigenous people are important because for hundreds and hundreds of years, you've lived in harmony with the natural world. And then along comes materialism and greed. It was Mahatma Gandhi who said, the planet can provide for human need, but not human greed. And we need a new definition of success. At the moment, it's wealth and power. And that's why you get these big companies competing with each other. And they want to produce a cheaper product so they get more customers. That's why you get all these unequal wages. But turning to the indigenous people, the people protecting the forests, and it's all over the world. And I have so many indigenous friends in different countries, particularly in North America, but also in Latin America and in places, well, in Africa and in Taiwan. And we need to listen to their voices because they've got many solutions of how to live in harmony with nature. And I love it. I don't know about your group in Ecuador, but some of my friends talk about their brothers and sisters, the animals and the plants, the trees. Some even talk about the rocks and the mountains and the rivers as their brothers and sisters. So indigenous people have understood so well and so clearly that we are part of the natural world. And yes, you hunt and you kill animals and you eat them, but you pay respect to every life that you take, you value it, and you give thanks. And that's very different from what the wealthy societies are doing today. So it's very clear that we need governments to pay more attention to indigenous voices. And, you know, since I've been living on this planet, which is a long time now, it's nearly 90 years after all, and I've seen the voices of indigenous people being heard louder and louder. And the fights that you put up against the big oil and gas companies and the logging companies are getting wider audiences. And people are beginning to care more because they understand more. And, you know, at one time, indigenous people, they weren't understood. And of course, years and years of oppression and suppression and destruction of cultures in North America and Australia, for example. So the good news is that we're listening. The not so good news is that not enough of you yet are moving into these top circles that are discussing the future of the planet. And, you know, I just pray COP26, there'll be so much talk and lip service given to tackling climate change, biodiversity loss, future pandemics, and so on. Will it be followed up with action? Like the Paris Agreement, there was so much enthusiasm for the accord that was reached, but I don't think one single country lived up to the commitment it made about control of emissions. Those countries that said they did merely exported their dirty industries overseas. They can't do that anymore. So there's lots of things pointing to the fact we can begin to work more together with indigenous communities, with youth, with those living in poverty, and, you know, the wealthy and the leaders in business and government. They have children or grandchildren. And everywhere I meet parents and grandparents who say their children have changed them. And this includes some of the big CEOs, and it includes some of the people in government. So those are the hopeful things. We've still got a long way to go and a lot of battles to fight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And it's so true. I mean, we cannot put all of our hope into COP26 or some of these international forums. It's a really important space for us to advocate, to have voices of women and Indigenous peoples and local communities lifted up, and to demand from governments change. But we know we cannot be dependent just on those arenas because so much more needs to be done. And the model that they're in really doesn't allow for the transformative leadership and change that we know is necessary at speed and scale now. So I'm glad that you brought that up. And one of the things that we do really advocate for is Indigenous rights and women's rights in these spaces, because the fact that environmental racism exists, there is inequities. The Global South has been harmed by the Global North activities for a very long time. You know, there's a justice element to all of this in terms of human rights and Indigenous rights that we also must attend to as we look towards solutions, as I know you know. We would also really like to ask you, because this is a particular forum uplifting women, gender diverse people across the gender spectrum, and how important women's leadership is. And we'd love to hear from you, just your understanding, and with all your incredible experience being an incredible woman leader all over the world. For an example, for so many women, you know, your sense of the leadership of women at this time. We've experienced, as you talked earlier on in the interview, about being able to connect many of these different issues together. And we see women really bringing an intersectional analysis of understanding that we have to have impact across the entire spectrum of issues all at the same time, and that it's deeply rooted in the same systems of oppression and these systems that are really hurting the planet, and that they stem from a core place that is connected. And I would just love to hear your thoughts about women's leadership role at this time, and also, you know, leaders across the gender spectrum.
Well, at this moment, when we think about the role of women, I can't help thinking about what's going on in Afghanistan. It is so tragic. As women were rising up and able to take more and more of a role in their society, suddenly the Taliban take over. And I shouldn't dwell on that, but it's so heavily on my mind right now. But you know, once again, let me go back to saying I've lived on this planet for nearly 90 years. And during that time, the role of women in leadership positions, it's changed so dramatically. It all began in the West anyway, after World War II, because in World War II, as all the young men went off to fight, then women were for the first time allowed to go into the workforce in the factories and things like that. That really brought women out of the kind of situation they were in before, at least in the UK. And I was just looking the other day at there was something on the internet about the number of women who were in top government or industrial positions in so many countries around the world. It was quite extraordinary. I hadn't realized that women were playing such a major role in government. You know, my work was done in Tanzania, and that work, by the way, is still going on. It's 60th anniversary of Gombe chimp research this year. And there we've had one president who wasn't very, well, anyway, he's been replaced because he died. He denied COVID. He denied that it was a problem. He said that it came from the devil, and therefore everybody was crowded into mosques and churches to pray, because if God came in, then the COVID-19 would disappear because it couldn't exist anymore. Of course, many people have died. But anyway, when he died of COVID-19, sort of poetic justice in a way, then his position has been taken over by the vice president, who's a woman, and she's already making change. So I think, you know, if we go back through evolution, which I do a lot when I'm thinking about the chimpanzees, you find that what was the role of the woman in prehistoric societies and, well, all societies really? It was to be the mother, the wife, the caregiver, the one who raised children, looked after children. And in very many cultures, whereas the men would go off hunting for animals and, you know, be filled with glory, the women just went out with their digging sticks and found all the tubers and things that could be eaten. So they were the foragers, the men were the hunters. So this role of nurturing can also apply to the planet. Right now, Mother Nature needs nurturing more than she ever has before. And I think that women coming in with it, you know, the thing is that men and women have different qualities. I love it. It was one of the Latin American tribes from, I think, Costa Rica, I'm not sure, who said at a meeting, and I've never forgotten it, we think of our tribe as like an eagle, and one wing is male and the other wing is female, and only when the two wings are equal will our tribe fly high. And to me, this is so important because pendulums swing. We need equality and gender equality, yes, both ways. We need some of the male qualities. We need the female qualities. And one problem I saw as women rose higher and higher in societies was that women felt they had to show more of the male qualities in order to get there and stay there. And that was such a sadness to me, because some of these male qualities are what's driven our world in the wrong direction. So now, fortunately, women are feeling more enabled to be themselves and not to emulate the male swagger. I see it in the chimpanzees. The males compete for dominance. When they compete for dominance, they try not to fight. It's intimidation. And they stand bipedally and they swagger and they shake their fist and their hair bristles and their lips form a ferocious scowl. And it reminds me so much of some human male politicians. It's uncanny. That's just what they do. You see them again and again. You know, I won't mention the one name that probably springs to your mind, Osprey. But, so, yes, I think the role of the female in politics and business is really important, and we need it to be softer. In science, too, so much cruelty has risen from the male-dominated science, saying a scientist can have no empathy with his subjects. And empathy is the quality we all need. It's the quality we need when we're dealing with global problems. It's the quality we need when we're dealing with problems in the household. And empathy is something which I think women have in great abundance, because it was necessary during evolution. And we do all have, you know, we've all inherited certain characteristics throughout evolution. We can't deny that. We may try to change them sometimes. But the female qualities of nurturing and empathy and compassion is so important to bring into politics. And I see it happening.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that wisdom. You know, you reminded me, you know, we do these delegations with primarily Indigenous women meeting with financial institutions so that they can learn more about what's happening from their activities, whether it's deforestation or through fossil fuel extraction. And one of the powerful things about those exchanges with, you know, people in corporations, which are primarily men that we meet with, is that the women are bringing their full selves to the table, meaning they know their legal arguments, they know their scientific arguments, they know their intellectual arguments, but they also bring their heart and their spirit about what's happening to their families, what's happening to their bodies, what's happening to their health and community and to the land. And I think it does bring this very different sense of what we need to do and the direction we're driving in, because of the fact that we need to bring our humanity to the decision-making table. It's not just a bunch of numbers being moved around. So I appreciate that. And also just to highlight, as you mentioned, you know, we've seen studies where countries that have been led by women have fared far better with the pandemic. They have just been so much more successful with their communities and their countries through the pandemic. So, you know, just to echo your words. I know that our time is limited with you and we need to bring this to a close, but I wanted to thank you very, very much for taking this time with us and for your years and years of wisdom and work for our planet, for the animals, for all of humanity, and your vision. We deeply, deeply hold you in so much respect and love and gratitude, and just give you any opportunity for closing words. And again, thank you for taking time with us.
Thank you. So that's really the last thing I would say is to remember every single one of us matters. Every single one of us has a role to play, even if people don't know it. And every single one of us makes an impact on this planet every single day. And we get to choose what sort of impact we make. And this is why it's so important to alleviate poverty, because if you're really poor, you don't have much choice. You just have to do what you have to do to feed your children, to stay alive. So that's, I guess, a good way to end, alleviate poverty.
So we're really honored to have that amazing conversation with Dr. Jane Goodall, and to really finish out our day in a powerful way. I've been so touched by all of the speakers today. It's been really quite something, and the kind of event that we really wanted to have and share with all of you. And we thank you for your time, everyone who's listening in, all your contributions in the chat and questions, and really the care and attention which all of you who are participating have engaged yourself today. I wanted to thank you, and to know this is the first of 6 days of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice. You're welcome to participate with us over the next 5 days. You can use the same link that you've been using. We also have set up a special Facebook page as a conversation platform where you can network with each other and share your work and find collaboration partners. And we're putting that link into the chat. So again, we want this to be a space where already we can see people have been connecting with each other and cross-pollinating and collaborating, and we want that to be able to continue. You can also sign the call to action that we talked about earlier today, that we delivered this week to governments and banks and financial institutions, that we will also be bringing forward to COP26 in Glasgow. And you can take action by signing that call to action either through your organization or individually. And that's also in the chat, so we can continue to have our voices being heard together collectively. So thank you so much for joining us. And we are going to close out with some music. So you can just stay with us if you'd like to sort of end the session with some artistry and healing our hearts through some music. And we'll go ahead and start that music now. And I hope to see many of you tomorrow and the days to come. Thank you again, everyone. And thank you to all of the amazing speakers. Thank you.